Welcome to the Scrabble stream. Let's play some Scrabble. I'll be going second, and we are, for the first time in quite a few months, back to the 10-round format that this group used to run quite regularly. Lately, we've just been doing 6, and there have been a few rampant issues with some people dropping out midway, so hopefully that's not going to be too much of a factor in today's games. There may, I have been advised, be a possibility here of a round with a bye at some point as well, since we do currently have an odd number in the group, unless they find somebody to fill in. I'm trying to see if there's going to be something through the P, because with 5 vowels, it is going to be a little bit difficult to bingo with this, especially with all the duplicate E's. Likely what we may even do is just go EE and just dump some of this stuff. I guess we could also maybe play off the M with more vowels than that. But I am going to take a look to see if there is an 8 through the P. Difficult with the 3 E's, I think. Better not waste time with it. The problem with going EE like this, though, is that it is pretty vulnerable to consonants in front. And so, might even be better to just go EE like this, stretch out a little bit to the left to leave some space. 7 points, yeah, let's do that. I see diadem already. I better put up the notepad, incidentally. So I see diadems. There's probably more that we can do here as well with something like the ED ending. Admitted through a T. Probably some 9s that goes at a PE and hit a triple, but I doubt we'll find that quickly. Speaking of admitted, it is available. We'll see if that's what we want to go with, or if we want to go with diadems with some kind of interesting overlap instead. Admitted, the placement would probably be this, unless we want to go spot down. 74. Something like diadems would be 76 here. I kind of like that placement, actually. Doesn't open up too much. Puts the M on the triple letter, which makes up for a lot of the other points. I kind of like it. Anyway, we will need to get rid of some of this stuff. Probably just a 5-tile play like anvil or valve to an E. Valve to an E looks like it's probably best, in fact, because then you kill a lot of this stuff, in spite of the fact that you are left with NN as to leave. Just trying to see if there's a better option. I don't really think there will be. And a V will prevent parallels going up beside the A as well. I think if you have a G on the board, it looks like it's going to be bankings. INGS is always hard to keep track of, but bankings surely must be good. I'd be really surprised if it weren't. Failing that, we'll probably just go with something like Binky over here. I'm going to challenge that. He's thinking Fenitar and Fainter. I'm going to challenge it. Might just be a... Actually, that's almost certainly just a mistype because of the SN over there. That's a misplacement. That was meant to be Fainter with SI rather than SN. If I were a good sport, I'd just let my opponent just take it. I mean, I don't really have a good play to go there. So we'll probably just let my opponent try that again. Feinter will just go. I mean, if I can block it, I'll do it, but I don't think there's a way for me to really play. What if we just go ink like this? That would block. Now, is there something that will go from Feinter over to an A or the D? Maybe, but we'll let my opponent look. So yeah, too bad for them. That was that misplacement. I was kind of tempted to just go up and, yep, going to give up on the bingo there. So FIRE goes down, keeping ANT. So we're not too worried about draws going over the I. I mean, obviously that could be an X-bomb spot, but, you know, if we go to something like Jib here for 33, then the J closes off the triple, it does force an S hook under the F. I'm liking that idea right now. Let's just look at this closer in case there's something that is even better, like this for 32. That's permitted a little bit of counterplay to the left of the B as well as jibe underneath, going to the L with an E. But let's see, because if I'm holding S, then I kind of have the advantage of keeping the S here, despite the double N and the rather heavy leave. I sacrifice 1 point, go like this. I know that it's kind of low scoring tiles on the other side right now. It's to my advantage to just try to keep it shut down, I think, so we'll shut it down. Now I'm trying to see if this will be a 7. I'm not seeing it yet. Might take some 8s. So we'll see. With the 2 A's, that's kind of the problem here. Single tile play, that's telling me that my opponent is fishing for something very close to a bingo draw, which means that we should probably just close off somehow. Also notice that over here to the right of the Y, it's possible to score with something here. Like if you go Anna over there, INST is a leave, I'm not sure, or even just N. AIST might be better. I guess my opponent still holds ANT, and then the additional N might make it trickier to play through. We go there for 19. I mean, there is the massive lane on the left with the D that we should be aware of. Or I can just go something like this. It will take some hooks underneath. That's the main issue with that. It doesn't really close off, and in fact, it opens. Might not open very well either, because 7 tile play going to the right would actually not open up an S hook for me. So I think we'll actually go this way. Now this might be something through the end. Let me just think about this for a moment. It will definitely be something through an R or a T. The whole outrace sautoir set through an R. Through a T, it's out of sight. Out of sight spelled like this. I should look at a D on the right side, the left side rather, as well, in case there's something going on there. You see, through the end, it looks so promising, but I think it might actually not be something. We'll have to stare at that for a bit while my opponent's thinking. I mean, the thing is, we can also just go outside as a double-double here. That obstructs a decent amount of space. I prefer to do it without spending the S, and regardless, it's no longer really going to be a material consideration here. I think maybe we just go OI over here, slap the I under the Q. I do want to look at the 8 with the N a little more carefully. Also, my opponent now holds AT at a minimum. It's remarkable that it might not actually be something. I mean, I really don't want to dangle a triple like this, because normally it would be tempting to do that just to get rid of that. Maybe even just 24 down like this, EIOST. I don't like it. I don't know if we can really avoid keeping the U. I mean, this dangles the E hook on the left. No, way too dangerous. I mean, we could just play off the... No, it basically just dangles the lane for ends, etc. I think we just go OI. We have situate. I don't see a place for it, but oh yeah, under in, we have situate. I should see if there's something through the N as well. Let me just get the alphagram down here. I think we just play situate. Okay, pretty well-balanced draw here with the Z doing a lot potentially. Let's think about this. I am thinking about which hooks OI is going to take in front, because we might have dangled a little bit of a lane there. I think the main thing that we'd be looking at here, it's going to take the H, it's going to take the M. Could be a blank B as well, but otherwise it's actually not too vulnerable from what I'm seeing. QI will take the N on the bottom if there is some reason we might want to take it. There's N for 40, although that gives back quite a bit with the Z in that position. We should not neglect that EL endings here are still possible. I actually kind of like the idea of going res up here, 32. We need to see what has changed with the board over here, though. I'm actually just kind of looking at maybe something like Zeta, because that closes off the bottom and keeps us ahead. So up here, that doesn't really do much for the board, though. I mean, it does close up the triple on the top right, but I think the bottom to the S is probably the more concerning spot at the moment. So I'm thinking Zeta. And yeah, welcome Dr. Cliche. Looking for all the Enrazy plays. I feel like we're actually close to something with this rack that I'm holding here. There's a particular rule of thumb that someone I play with regularly likes to say, which is that if you have a Y, it means two things are true. You have a bingo on your rack and you're not going to find it. I think we'll just go Hoy over here. It takes an A on the right if we do that. But that's a very strong leave. Not a very bingo prone board at the moment. Oh, I have to remember that we did say that OI takes the H to the left. And so we'd be giving up on using that. Look here, perhaps. We can also close that off for 24. And then that'll really lock things down in terms of preventing continuations on the left side. I'm kind of liking that, actually, because, 24 down there, 29 up here. Yeah, that's a lot better. Now, right side technically is still open. We're 150 or so ahead at this point, so it's all right as long as we don't have something that really hits hard on the triple with landing a heavy consonant on one of the double letter scores. We're probably okay. My opponent seems to be struggling with a particularly bad rack here. What we can do at this point, I'm thinking we'll lock off the top a little bit, put roux over there, and so that really forces the board into the bottom right, and then so we probably shouldn't be keeping a bingo leave into that, but the idea is that we lock things up from this point. So really it's just the lanes from the S and something low scoring through the end or from the end to the triple. But there's not much else going on to this board, and we just need to play out the remaining quarter of the game or so while keeping it locked down. Again, not forgetting that there is the EL that is available under jibe, which is a long shot, but people can do it. Too bad there's no N for estrone or something to go through. Also, yeah, so Q's already done. Power tiles are all gone mostly. I think we just undouble. Just put an OE up here. I probably should close off near the bottom, but the thing is I'm reasonably close to just punching something out on the bottom right myself. And we can sustain one bingo just fine. Enforces through an E, that will not go. Conifers through an I, that's not going to go. None of that stuff's going to help and happen. So we'll see. Yeah. No, none of that stuff's going to happen. It's really not conceivable that we'll be given a floating tile for enforces or conifers or co-infers. You think a nuisoner is someone that hangs people? Yeah. Noosen some tongues. Also notice that we've actually created a spot now that's, well, it was true before that you could have not only an EL, but it's something like an ELS ending. So, again, stranger things have happened. Croning, I will challenge it just in case. It is not good. Then opponent holds CROAIG blank. Let's actually fix this a little bit. ACIGI. Not quite enough tiles for something like inorganic. But it does, as a 7, this is organic. Inorganic, I guess. Well, we should probably block off just in case. I should, first of all, take a look to see if something like the SA or SI start here is going to hit something, because that is absolutely a possibility. Or even SN. But we'll see if there's something that would be worth blocking here. What we can do is maybe just go like 4 over here. I don't have a way to block both. That's the thing. So I really do have to look closely here to see if my opponent missed something else that would fit. I mean, the double N is hard to work with. That's why I put the N there in the first place. I have to look at that IC ending. Oh, I've got no time. I've got to actually play. And you know what? We'll do this. I mean, it does have the possibility of just having like a CA start or something to score here. Cleaners through an A, that's not going to happen. I should have dumped my N myself, actually, because then we'd set up for a potential N bingo through the right side. That's okay. Right now, we just need to restrict space. That probably was not the best way to block anyway, but we'll see. I know that my opponent can't hit too hard here. Crags using the blank. Okay, that's giving up in the game. It doesn't even give me the A for cleaners. Well, I might as well just go cells here. I mean, this is really not an S-hook board at this point. Put 9 in the bag. We'll just take the points. We have routine. I should see if there is something through the C in Crags, actually. Also, I totally didn't write down my opponent's rack correctly. There was an R, yeah, rather than an N, because the blank was an N, so I totally got that wrong. I was looking at bad information there. This was the rack. I accidentally swapped the R and the N when figuring out what the blank was. Whoops, that could have cost me. Luckily it didn't. But anyway, C-R-A-G blank. Holding I-O, that was a terrible play. But let's see if there's something from routine. Oh, there's absolutely something here. It's neurotic, unerotic, doesn't fit. Neurotic and unerotic through the C does not fit. We should actually still see if there's a long shot fit through the N, but I don't think so. You thought that perhaps there was a spot for Crenels. No, there's no. Well, actually, there was the S hook here. You know what? I had a blind spot for this whole game. I thought that this board was kind of locked up in the top left. I totally didn't see the spore hook. I missed that the entire game. We probably did have something at some point. Yeah, that's a huge blind spot there because I forgot that the board kept building there after BR made poor. It opened up the top lane here. And that was actually very strategic in ways that I missed because I was busy just looking at my situate at a time. I have a minute left. I have to play. Routine and R. Is there something? There might be, but I don't have enough time to look at it. There probably is something like out. I don't know. Routine. Oh, it doesn't fit over the MIC. The E doesn't fit. I better just play. I got 30-second. As I might have had something in the previous turn. I just didn't have enough time to look at it. I feel like I've been playing this not too slowly either, but again, this is what happens when I stream is I lose track of just how much time I spend talking and don't watch the clock very closely. We'll probably just go Guinea or something, I don't know. Or, well, I'd need something with an R over out. Or the G as well. But I don't really have that much to look at. I'm trying to see if there is something through here. Seniors or something. Is this the spelling of senior? Senior. Oh, hang on. It's on my clock. There might have been something through the L. I didn't look at it. Oh, hang on. That's not good anyway. I just kind of dumped that on the board without thinking. Oh, yeah, no, it needs the extra E. S-E-I. Yeah, no, because it's just reusing in that rack, reusing in something else. Anyway, there probably was a better play through the L anyway. We'll almost certainly have to just take a 10-point penalty here for the overtime, as long as I don't just lose to going a minute over, which would be embarrassing. I'd better write down the alphagram for this as well. I feel like there might actually be something. Okay. Layering, I think, is actually good. Just do that. Unless I'm confusing it with something else. I think it's good. My opponent will just get an outplay. Yeah, it's valid. Drew a challenge. We probably missed a couple of good plays at the end there. But we will ask, where does that play? ON. Okay, yeah. Okay, 1-0. So, yeah, time trouble, obviously, and huge blind spot not to see the S over here and thinking it was dealt with. Otherwise, I would have done a small play to the L to close it off. That would have been the best way to deal with it. Just do a 2-tile play up here, hit the L, close off Spore. We should have done that many turns earlier. Had a huge blind spot there. Anyway, we are up by 1 after the first round. Nice change from last week when I lost all 6. And yeah, lots of challenges on this game. While we're waiting for the second round, we might as well take a quick look and see about any major plays. Yeah, no bingos off of this. I did consider some placement of a me, but didn't like it. Eddie here. Okay, look at that. Matified as a double-double. I would not have seen it. To moisten. Yeah, using the F as a blank behind poo. That's hard to see. A lot of stuff going on. Diademed works, in fact, but I wouldn't have gone with that placement. We went diadems here instead and closed off. Nice and defensive. But I do like some of the other options here, like dismayed. I didn't look hard enough through the Y. Anyway, Navi I didn't think about. That's actually not bad. Lavi or Navi. Navi better for the unduplication. Better by equity by 5 points, actually, just to shed the unduplication. And this is almost certainly just a typo from my opponent. It looked like it was supposed to be fainter and SI. But I decided not to be a good sport and took this. Faintier actually does fit. I was kind of thinking about that spot and I didn't look at it closely enough. But anyway, it doesn't really block then. But yeah, jib and gin and so on. I like the jib placement here well enough. Yeah, no bingos over here. Anti is interesting. Does Petty even take an S? It does, because it's a pedicure. Yeah, so no bingos on this rack. I would not have dangled a tile in the triple lane like this because that's how you lose in this kind of position. So I think this is probably not too bad in terms of closing off and still leaving myself continuations with the S if necessary. Yeah, situate in 2 spots here. That's really all that's going on. I obviously take this spot not only for the extra point, but because we don't want to leave the A in that position for a big hit back. My opponent's holding blank at this point. Rain down here. It's Spencer, of course. We'll be called into round 2 at any time, so I'll just page through this really quickly. Yeah, organics does fit, but I misdesignated what was going on with the blank, so I actually didn't even see that I didn't even block organics, in spite of the fact that I was thinking confers does fit, but I didn't see the S hook. And I didn't see the 7 to begin with. I was thinking about 8s. Yeah, no bingos for me at the end. So yeah, big miss to not see the hook for confers. Let's go to the next game. Okay, so not quite re-index. We'll just go index. Although it does have the potential for an ing after that, but I am keeping an I for it, potentially, so let me think about this for a minute. So close to re-index. Let's just go index. It's 42 points, whatever. Someone will probably try to hit the ing extension. This is Ramily, Ramile. And I currently have one fit, which is not going to last, I don't think, which is over here. And if it does get blocked, well, Ramily will go on top now. And I'm just trying to look for whether we have better overlaps. I think, we can also, I mean, technically we can take it down here. One does block off the indexing idea. Now, would we want to do that? 79 or go 69 over here, opens double-double rather than triple-triple. I think we can probably do this, but the one spot on the right looks pretty dangerous. Let's go with this. And look at that, what a draw. What a draw. We've got tons of stuff we can do with this rack. We'll just see what happens. I'm trying to see if there would be something like an 8 going from the eye. That might be a little harder to see just given the doubled eye. Let me think about this with a doubled eye. It's got stuff like Snailier, but that doesn't fit. Anyway, we can probably just do something and hidden on top. Nailers, renails, well, nothing else. We need something that'll actually go on top, like what was I even thinking of? And then with the L, this should be easy. Or we can just go like saltine or something on top. Unless there's anything better. I think that's okay. Then you kind of continue to go horizontal to make this really compressed shape. C, I think, actually takes an A in front. We have an A. You do have to watch out for something like an A massive consonant ending, like AZ ending or something. A little bit heavy on the vowels right now. Yeah, obviously the one spot is going to remain open until somebody decides to kill it up top. Probably with something that just stretches this far, perhaps. The I, obviously, is still a pretty open lane. Okay, so this does leave more space going left up top. I'm trying to see if there's a good way to deal with this. It doesn't get me into too much trouble. I may just play off a vowel dump this turn. If I even have a way to do it. You know what? I mean, it does reopen for something that's even higher scoring, but maybe it restricts the back hooks a little more. And I have the L and a T to go on it as my own hook. So I think we'll go with it. Okay, this might be something. Eyeleted. Doesn't go up top. Does go under the eye and index, though. Also goes next to Wayne. So this will hit. It's just a matter of what kind of lane we get to work with here. But this is going to hit. Eyeleted on the right isn't too bad either. It doesn't take an S hook, puts a consonant next to the I. Main risk is if there's like an F ending here that hits for about 50 points. And that's not even that bad given how far ahead I am at the moment. Obviously, it does open a triple lane as well with that kind of shape. But then I feel like the left side might blow things open even more. We should figure out the score for that. Eyeleted 71. Eyeleted 63. This is much more defensive. So we'll probably go left. Just by sacrificing the 6 points. Because the thing is, if the right side bingo lane remains open, that's okay because it permits so much potential counterplay. Although, as far as playing in the end column goes, this is not that bad. I mean, this could hit pretty hard depending on the consonants. This could obviously bingo. Do I have something that'll go over nut? I don't think I do. So I think we just go eyeleted down below. And, oh, you know what? We have to remember, there's the Evo spot as well. I always miss this hook. I like that a lot better. I mean, it does reopen lanes a little bit. 75, though. 75, that actually scores better than the other options. Closes off a bit, although it does, of course, dangle lanes next to the E. I think we'll go with it, though. Yeah, I always have a blind spot for stuff like this because the V just immediately strikes me as closing. But of course, my opponent would be locking down the board with that far behind. That's meant to open the E hook on the left, and I should have noticed that much earlier. Very consonant heavy at this point, so we'll want to dump things out. I'm thinking probably something like bitty for 36. That looks very good, in fact. Also, possible would be something like TYP over here, 26. It does obviously dangle the P next to the triple column, but it's not too bad. It does force a vowel start. That spot. And yeah, okay, something does go down. Booners. I'm sure Booners is good. Booners. Well, we'll check it. Whatever. Yeah, of course it's good. Okay, so this might be a bit of an issue because I don't have a good way to play out of that. I guess we can just go BY, and that'll at least close that off. I mean, do we want to? No, we want to keep the D. I think that has to be this play. The other Y is available for hitting here pretty hard, but Might not be too bad. I mean, I'm just drawing very well this game. 3 bingos down already with about halfway in. But, of course, we're only halfway in, and in spite of the fact that blanks have been spent, there is still a decent amount of volatility in the bag. QZ, 1S still available. And still, of course, the lane on the right side, as well as anything through the floating tiles and booners that we'll need to look out for. We'll see what happens here. I also haven't really been thinking about what we'll go after over RAN over here. Nuts, I believe, also takes a K on top. Okay, this is great. This is great. Oh, no, except TOS is not awareness. I was going to do something like padded, but then we can just go with something like taped. Keep TT. 2-tile play there. He's setting up for something, but I have to shed some of this stuff. I was hoping to go padded somewhere, or maybe even just petted. 16, though, as opposed to the additional 22 points up here. I don't think we give up 22 points to keep TT rather than AT. It's a very, well, not very, but it's a reasonably consonant heavy bag at this point, though. We have to keep that in mind. And we'll draw something reasonably balanced. So yeah, I have to look out for the K on top, although it's not in a great position for bingos. Should keep an eye on front hooks over the RAN. Probably a G at this point will go. Was king nut a nut? Probably. The way I remember it is that it's one of the denominations of currency in Harry Potter. Although I think I had it challenged off in the other lexicon before. I'm pretty sure it's good in Collins though, but I'm also pretty sure that I tried it once in WoW and it did not stay on. I have to remember that this is all still open. Might even just try to kill it. Although I don't have a good way to kill it. I guess, yeah, with an S available, but no D available, I don't want to just drop Wayne over there. Otherwise, I'd just go toes here for 40. It's very tempting to do it, in fact. Rose, leaves a double-double spot over it. I don't know. Yeah, so very tempting, but it does dangle the S lane. I do not know I want to do that. If there's some other way, you know what? How about just offed or even effed? Effed isn't too bad, because then I can follow up here with the T. That actually solves a lot of problems on the rack. Of course, you know, maybe there's something that can go on top consonant-wise. I think we just go effed. See, at this point, if we just go something like rev, that kills that lane, kills it hard, and I like that idea. We may, in fact, go for that, just to really lock the board down. Or even just like a rev. Oh, no, it takes an S, though. It takes an S down below. But rev would really knock things out. Yeah, it takes 29 nuts or knuts, I guess, to make one silver sickle, and 493 to make one gold galleon. I'm not going to multiply that myself. Gran, I actually don't remember. Maybe it's good, but I'll check it. It is good. Queuing, yeah. Gran, it might be a Collins thing. I've looked at all the hooks, but it was a while ago. So, yeah, tempting to just kill this with Rev unless I have a significantly better play. Because again, Toes does open up the Wayne spot on the right. I mean, I don't like getting rid of the E like this, but we're locking down a 180 point lead. And I think we go with it. If we get an E, we can go Zek up top. And Clint Hizzle, welcome. Clint Hizzle, rather. Welcome. And yeah, Dr. Cliche, considering the currency of the Wizarding World, 29 divised 493. I assume so because I don't remember ever reading directly that a galleon is 493 nuts or knuts. I think was originally described as a multiple of the sigils. Now, we can't, I mean, we can hold on to the K. I really don't think my opponent's going to take the top spot. I don't think there is a way to take the top spot. So we can try to draw one of the remaining E's for Zek up top. Unless we have something much better, like a spot for Lutz or something. Or a Klutz, even. I think we'll just continue to block things off. Let me think about how we'll do it, though. Like if I have a way to just go through here, or even just with a T down here. Maybe just go Tut. Or does that open up too much of a lane going right? It kind of does. Let me think about this. Or we can just continue to just go small plays too. Well, it does kill this lane, I guess, kind of. But it's not great. Or we can... Let me think about this. Go... Yeah, it's actually hard not to just open something up because... What we can go is maybe like Tout. Or are we worried about the O in that spot? Also, no, we need to keep the U because it's one U remaining, but also the Q as a potential situation. Then we just go Lot over here. IT is going to take both the S and the A below, but it's a very low scoring spot. Actually, Lot does take the T in front. None of this is very good. None of this is very good. Let's just go Tut. Or not even Tut. Like maybe... Yeah, I don't like any of this. Lot does take an S in front as well. That's the thing. This is a hard turn. We just go LO up here and don't open anything. Yeah, we'll probably just go like attack or Gak up top at this point. Instead of trying to go for the big Z play. Let's undouble. I think tack is good. I better be right that nut with a K is good. I think it is. There's some Scrabble definition that has nothing to do with Harry Potter, I'm sure. Yeah, Dr. Cliche, if only all of the denominations were primes, were true arcane tomfoolery, or merely just another attempted goldbox conjecture. So we'll see. Not much going on the board at this point. We, again, probably should keep the U just in case of a late Q situation. Not that it's going to cover 200 points of spread at this point. I actually did have, I didn't have an E because otherwise I was looking at like a spot for nerds earlier. I don't think I had an E when it was relevant though. We did on the Rev turn. We did have a spot for nerds there, but I think it was better to close things off of Rev. Like Rev really kills a ton of volatility. And at this point, with 10 tiles in a bag and a Q situation, I think we'll outrun anything that the other player could possibly throw at us. I mean, at this point, I probably just drop ZO on this. It does permit a couple of hooks down below, but do we care? I don't think we do. I think we just dump ZO on it. I mean, 30-something is not a great score for Zed and Collins because the Zed usually gets you 40 or more, but at this point, we're just locking things down. I feel like this is close to something. With an O to play through, which we no longer have, unfortunately, was Portag. Portag and Portigue, which are both former Portuguese currency or something. Without that extra tile, I don't think we have something, but the up prefix is always worth looking at. Zig over here, move Zig. You notice that we can go Azo beside this and parallel next to it for something nice. Probably just go gap. 4 in the bag. That leaves 1 in the bag. That's great. Let's just do it. And this is something. I'm trying to remember if it was it Ruddy's, or I'm thinking Ruddy's. It might be something else. There's something here. There is something here. I just can't remember if it's Ruddy's or something else. Also, T is technically a lane going all the way here. But I don't think we're going to hit that with an IEST ending just given 3 T's. Unless I see something else that looks more valid, I think we might actually try Ruddy's. There is something in the rack. And I think it might be Ruddy's, but I'm not actually 100%. I have to... No, it's not Ruddy's. It's Tertius. Tertius. That's the solution, but it doesn't fit. Tertius. Well, we can maybe still go something from the EI. I mean, bag's out at this point, so there's nothing else going on. And my opponent is also potentially going to get hit with a Q stick if there's no QI spot. So we might as well just find the out sequence. Like if we go Pitters, we might actually get a Q stick as long as I find where we would even go with a UI. But we can just slow play it with a cue stick. Or sitter, that doesn't give anything back notable, I don't think. Well, we don't want to dangle the R like that. Yeah, that's not going to give anything back, I don't think. And then we can just play off to U in one of several spots. Unless I'm missing a spot for Tertius, which might be possible, or a 9 from the PI. So, yeah, I just drew like a champ in this game. Didn't give my opponent anything to work with. So I'm looking at 4-point out over here, 4-point out over here. There might be something better. Four-point out over here. I don't think we can do better than 4, but we'll scan around just for the practice. We can do 5-point over UH. That looks best currently. So we'll see what happens. See, I don't think I'm playing... It doesn't subjectively feel like I'm playing that slowly, but I'm still down under a minute, so clearly I am. Anyway, the U spot's going to remain open. Nothing's going to go there at this point. My opponent's got nothing. I don't even know if they can play off to J. Looking at this. Because what does JI even go? So we might get a ton of points off both the J and the Q. I'm looking around to see if that's actually true. And it is true. So we just go 5 and out and grab an additional 36. So yeah. Easy one to play for us, but again, the bag gave me so much stuff at the beginning. 3 bingos in the first half of the game that is a healthy draw and not one that we'll get every time. So that's round 2 out of the way, and that puts us 2-0 so far. So let's take a look at this one to see if anything special was going on. Index, my opponent misses ovenware. Hard one to see. 2 spots for Ramily. I do take the lowest scoring spot deliberately. It's the only bingo. Reweave. That is quite an interesting fit. Yeah, my opponent's got a blank quite early on and can't seem to do anything with it. So, yeah, a lot of possibilities on the right, but nothing from the I down to the triple, which was what we were thinking about. Nothing on this one. Close to Arowanas, but alas, not so much. By equity, there's a lot of stuff that dumps out. Just tons of tiles. Endorser with an OR ending. That's hard to see. You'd have to know indoors and an O. You endorse or indoors with an O. Yeah, endorser and endorser both have the OR ending. We've got a couple of spots for eyeleted, and delisted is the only other thing, but we took the highest scoring one. Ice or bronze, I wouldn't have known that, but my opponent misses this. They're holding to the blank like the whole game, and can't get anything down. Bonsoir. Soroban. Booners goes down, yeah. Finally something goes. Oh, I didn't even see this fit over here. You bet. It's almost certainly Scottish or something. Beating something, this strike it repeatedly, or from Spencer, perhaps. Although it doesn't say so. That's a hard one to see. I mean, I'd seen the hook before, but didn't remember it. You don't think to look for stuff like that. Unless you're a better player. Yeah, very good spot up here over the Q, and my opponent doesn't go for any of that stuff and keeps the Q. That's terrible. That's a terrible play, keeping the Q, dumping the only vowel. I don't know what they're thinking there. Okay, taped scores very well. And of course, the recommendation here is an exchange and exchanging FLV, keeping Q. Why are they keeping the Q? I don't understand. I have no idea why they're keeping the Q here. Because exchange FLV, look at how far down this is. Minus 17 on an exchange turn. That should not happen. If you want to exchange it, you should come out at least positively here. So yeah, toes is available the whole time, but we didn't take it for the obvious reasons. Yeah, Kuchin is a hard one to see as a musical instrument, I believe. Yeah. That would have hit really hard, though. 53 up top. Clearly the best play. Where does Taos go? Oh, I totally forgot about the T-hook on one for once. The whole game. That's okay. We did kill that spot. And opponent finally exchanges to Q at this point, and should have exchanged quite a bit more. Yeah, it's clear that I was playing against someone who maybe isn't too familiar with how one ought to exchange in terms of thinking about what you realistically want to draw into for the next turn. Missed this beautiful spot over here, despite talking about the Y on body much earlier in the game. And yet, no sevens for me. Detritus is available. I did not see it. That'll be important to remember. Tertius and a D. Didn't look at it. So that's a miss. Anyway, round 3, let's go. I'll be first. Almost certainly just footy. Or the other spot. There we go. Footy, Yakuti, footy. I'm trying to see if there is something through the O's here. A little too vowel heavy, otherwise. A little too consonant heavy, rather, otherwise. Specimen through an E. If we're given an E. Better write that down. I feel like there is something through an O, but it's hard to see if there is. It looks so much like there could be something. But anyway, if we're just given an E in a decent position, pretty much any kind of open floating E will do the job. And at least one specimen. And we will not get one. However, we should look at both the A and the I. Because actually, I think there might at least be something through the A. You have to think about it without the S to see if there's a 7 in there. Pluralize. Well, we don't have that. Let's think about what the second choice here is going to be. It absolutely looks like there should be something through that A. It's hard to think about a second choice here because the thing is I don't really have a good way to... Well, we can do... Nah, that's so heavy on other stuff. I really don't like that leave. For pin for 16. I mean, it leaves the S hook up top, but it's not actually great. Go Mike down here. That's better. Dangles an E hook down below for me as well. I think I like that best. Probably we miss something through the A. Anyway, Tia pans. Not that it goes anywhere at the moment. So we should look at whether... no, yeah, hang on. Yeah, no, Tia pans will go under Mike from mice, but that's not a great placement. That's actually terrible. Teopans, well, it's 73. It's not terrible, I guess, but I should take a moment to see if we can do better, like going through the C. Or going through something else. There probably is something. I don't know if Paton's taken an S. I don't know if I would try it. I feel like if Paton's takes an S, we would have seen it before. So probably just Teopens under mice, but unless there's something through the Y up top. Or something that goes through R with EMIC. Let me just... Like, what is this? Proteans, pronates, operants would fit. 71. Sacrifices a bit, but it's a much better position. Doesn't give back to triple. I like it. I like it. Let's go with operants. Now, too bad we don't have a T for quartz. We do have nothing that will take the Q far enough here. We just go ZA up top here. As terrible as it is to keep 2 U's. I mean, there's the open Q, but it's not a good reason to keep 2 U's. Teckle. Trying to see if there's a better way to dump out some of this stuff. I think we probably just goes up top. I mean, I don't really like it. We need to draw into more vowels anyway to make use of the Q spot. Well, it does score. I mean, it keeps us competitive. I don't like it, though. I guess, you know, if you need to dump out next turn, you can go Kuru over here for 9, but I think this turn we take the points in and we'll see if we need to get out of trouble next turn. Zeddy will take the X below as well. If we need to use that somehow. Okay, now we can go left. With something like where. Not a bad draw in a troublesome situation. So almost certainly we go Quare on the left. I don't think that'll change the calculation at all. And the A is going to make it possible to set up an X-bomb, although we can't just hit it in one turn because unless we go like, well, if we draw an E, actually, that would give us XED next to that. I like it. And look at that, we draw an E. Probably that'll be taken first, but if it's not, then we take X over here, 457. And then we're gradually getting out of trouble. And that'll be available, so I think we definitely just take it. It's an easy turn. And now I'm ahead. Having the VU together is not great. We'll see if we can do something to dispense with that. Notice too that there's a Y still available. View does take a Y on the right side. That'll be about a 40-point play, depending on what goes there. Also, we have abusive up top. It's only 24, but it gets the rack out of trouble. We no longer have it. So we'll see what we can do here. I would like to get rid of the U and V somehow. And abusive was such a great way to do it. But alas. Maybe trying to see if we can do something through here when E. But I don't think so. Not currently. Hard turn. But tempted to just go bevy here. It's very low scoring, but yeah, the game is still about drawn. We need to manage the rack a little bit. I don't like using the E in this situation, but it's 6 E's left in the bag. Maybe we can do something. Okay, great, great. Buggiest from the B. But if we can do something with, and there's the Y hook that we were talking about. But if we can do something with an E ending on the right, that would be better. So we don't just dangle a T in the triple lane. Otherwise, we will go buggiest. Actually, even vuggiest would go. Well, vuggy is good. I'm not sure if it takes superlatives like vuggiest. But if we can get something off of the F, that would be better. All guides, if it's A, that won't be good in this situation. Gutsier, Gustier. I think we're going buggiest. Unless there's an out, something from the O. Out gives. Yeah. That's better. Are we worried about the I spot? Not really. With the remaining pool, it tops out at 3-pointers. And the V blocks off parallels. So I think we just go out gives. Okay. Bit of a consonant heavy draw, but we'll see what we can do. Maybe we just go plat or something. I don't like opening a triple like that, but currently, yeah, don't have a good way to use the M or the P under the U right now. The I is not going to take anything other than O, like an MO or PO start. We'll have to consider something else. This does block off a lot of what I might have had in mind. Maybe just go flan here for 14. Oh, it's not really great, though. Maybe just go ump for 13. Does dangle and S below for the triple word score, though. I have to do this a little more quickly here. What about mental? 16. That's a little bit more. It takes an O in front, though. No, let's not do that. O mental. O mental, Lomenta. Palm. How worried are we about the M in that spot? Or the A or the O up top above the P? I don't like any of my options here. They all look bad. They all look bad. Let's go with that. This is close to something. I don't see a 7 necessarily, but something like an AL ending up top is worth looking at. So close to stuff like ordinal, inland. Well, that doesn't fit. Oh, there we go. Well, got punished for that. How worried are we about the M? Well, should have worried more. Although that would have hit here anyway. It was like tigerine down here. We could just go Ladino or Dolina up here and just draw into the bag. Because that catches me up most of the way and leaves 2 in the bag, and then we'll really need time to work out the end game. Bounder, rebound. Neither of them will fit. I'm trying to see if there's something even with 6 tiles here that would hit decently. However, if we're given a spot for bounder or rebound, then that saves the game essentially. So, okay, not a lot of time to work out the ending with 14 behind. And looking at the pool, there is stuff like aerogel that's available. And so my opponent is potentially also in bingo mode and has a likelier vowel start. We're very close to something like tuberoid, but we don't have it. No eyes remaining anyway. But we're currently sitting on bounder and rebound. Bounder actually fits. Bounder. Bounder does fit. But I feel like my opponent's also looking, and that I'm half expecting something like aerogel to hit down here. So yeah, bounder does in fact fit. It dangles the S down below, but we don't care. That would still be a winning play. Although we have to consider the pool. So for example, depending on what we're drawing into, if it looks like something is still available over here, we need to calculate. Because it would almost certainly outrun whatever I can do with Bounder. But we might just have to roll the dice on it. Depending on what the play is. Bounder will fit. And you know what? 6 tiles. My opponent will not bingo back. Will bingo out. And that's the win. Saved by that draw. This was a fun game. This was a difficult one. Yeah, a very tough game in this one. But we did manage to drag that one out. I want to put this one through the sim. This was a really interesting one in many ways. But we are on 3-0 today. And let's see. We usually, when we run the 10-round format, have a break after 6 or 7 or so. Usually 7, I think. But we'll check what that is at some point. I don't know if people are still receiving buys as well for an odd group. Might be the case. Anyway, we'll definitely request a sim for this one. It was too interesting. Although, of course, I can only do this 5 times, but we might as well have one available for at the break, just in case. Because even though I won in the end, I was lucky with that, and there were a few situations that were somewhat hard calls. So, yeah, footy, tandoori, and antibody and nodality. Spanemic. So I thought there was something through the A. Spanemic. Over pertaining to spanemia. That is Collins only. I thought so, because otherwise I think I would have seen it by probability by now. So yeah, a couple of spots for Teopans. Oh, actually, I forgot that Mike takes the O. Didn't even look at that spot. This is stuff that I do know in the back of my mind, but hadn't seen in so long. So Capstone is kind of interesting. Good placement for that, although it does dangle an S to the right. I like what I did with Operants, though. Tekel. All words are valid in this one, by the way. No questions about that. I was thinking Kuzu. I didn't see Kudzu. I wouldn't dangle the S spot like that. So I don't think I'd do it. A Zern would have been interesting, given that I have the U to do a QUA through there. I feel like the sim is going to like a Zern. Gets rid of a U, and we have the other U for a follow-up. Yeah, the candidate spot was already open at this point, but my opponent doesn't take it on this turn. Codex. Oh, yeah. Codices, yeah. And Jewfish. Would have been interesting here. With the view instead. XED is the obvious play. We were basically setting up for that. And Josh is going to hit pretty hard, as often happens in Scrabble. And Fury and Phi both go here. Kind of interesting to go FY here instead of Fury. So yeah, we did see Outgives, Buggiest, of course, some other ones from the B that we hadn't thought about. Judgiest. And the J, that's interesting. Vuggiest is good. I was thinking about Vuggiest, because I do know Vuggy in its various configurations, but Ugliest, that's an ugly placement. And Allgeit's was here. We did see Allgeit's as a 7. I didn't see the place for it, but that was not worth looking at in that spot. I like that we did Outgives here. But we'll see if the sim agrees when we get to it. And yeah, dangling the M here was probably an error, but oh, I didn't see this possibility. Some of this stuff was way better, just scoring without opening. I was trying to manage constants. I was trying to look for something like this too. That looks good. But yeah, I was trying to look for some kind of constant dump that wouldn't give back too much and underestimated a risk here. Although again, this would have hit as a 7 anyway. So something was going to go down. So yeah, we did see the top scoring place here, Ladino Dolina. That's all there is. I think, well, obviously the draw out of that paid off. I don't know if that was a particularly good thing to do given the pool when we played this, to draw that heavily into the bag and get into the end of the game in a situation where we basically need a bingo, given that none of the remaining tiles score very much. But it did work out. It worked out very, very well. And unrobed is also good. I never thought about unrobed. Under rebound and unrobed. So yeah, unrobed was slightly more optimal there, but or was it? Hang on. Yeah, by 6 points. But we snuck away with that one. Okay, I actually don't see that we're being pulled into the next game yet, so we might actually be on a bye. Let me just check and make sure. Just so I know what's going on in the tournament currently. We might also just be waiting on someone for all I know. Yeah, I think they actually did manage to fill the group. But there have been some rating mismatches today just because we've just been running a single division rather than the usual 2 or sometimes 3. Let's take a look at what's going on with the tournament. Oh, people are still going. Okay. Well, let's see what's going on in some of the other games. This one, oh, somebody's about to have time issues. This is right in the end game too. Wow, look at that. Don't know what's going on. Having the lead, but then taking the penalty. And then playing that out. Yeah, I was probably just having trouble analyzing this end game. This might be an interesting ending, actually. It's going to be a -6. It's 362. You need 14 points with IR. That's hard to get. Even with the time penalty, they might have come out ahead here. Need 14 points with IR. I think that's a loss. I don't see it. Yeah, I don't see it. But this was kind of an interesting position. I can see why that much time got burned there. Yindies, that's an interesting one. A person in his or her early 30s who combines a lucrative career with non-mainstream tastes. Oh, okay, because it's kind of indie, but you're a yuppie, right? You're a yuppie and an indie. So you're a yindie. Yeah, I think this is going to be a loss here in a moment. We might as well take a look at the other board as well. I don't see the win here. But I could be surprised. 14 points with an IR. Oh, no, sorry. I was looking at the wrong thing. This person was holding SG. The other person was holding IR. I still think that's a loss. Yeah, okay. I totally misread whose turn it was on the rack that we were looking at. And the final score is still going to be 9 points short. Yeah, I kind of misread the rack on turn and also in the pool. Also, there was so a couple of phonies here as well. Overt does not take an S. So that was a phony play. Wasn't challenged. Also, somebody puts. Oh, yeah. So at some point, somebody tried to put an S on Benj, and that got challenged off from the post game report that you can see if you are on the full screen. The regular screen, it looks like this when I don't have my overlay. So let's see what's going on in the other game. So, yeah, I can see why some of the other groups were taking a bit longer. Zizzle, they're liberal with slang in this dictionary. Yeah, they are. A dictionary put together by Yindies, seemingly. They're kind of down on time as well here on a close end game as well. Very, very close end game. 2 points down with a minute left. And, well, I mean, also just a situation that was all consonants. I mean, it's that situation, if you're the one with all consonants, you get outpaced and you lose. So, yeah, that got sorted out quickly. This is going to be a pass and loss. BGNTY. I don't know. There's no place to really play through here when it comes to vowels. Also, one phony here. TANED. Where is that? I don't even see it. Invalid words played and not challenged. TANED. Where is that? Oh, from here. Not a word. Probably just die being put on the right side or something. Anyway, we'll get pulled into the next round whenever. Just going to wait for my opponent. So yeah, we did manage to fill in a full complement of 10 players. So it will be a full round robin for the first 9, and then we'll see who we get in 10. Don't know when the break is going to be scheduled for yet. I think they usually do it after 7, but we'll see what happens. I'm pretty sure that, yeah, this is triplane trapline for an E, so we'll hope for an E. I'm trying to see if there's something else. Triplane trapline interlap. But as a 7, I don't think I see anything. And, well, there we go. Trapline will, in fact... So we want to go trapline or triplane. I is a little worse, I guess, with the Q and X and everything still going. It doesn't matter. Trapline, triplane, we'll just take one of the two. And we have the Q, in fact. So had we gone triplane, we would have had the Q follow up. FEM does take an E on the right side. That doesn't matter to us too much right now. At the moment, given what we're holding, I'm tempted to just go QI for 11 next turn if it's available. Although, no, we don't need to do that. We just have QAID here for 34. That's the play if it's available. Unless this changes anything, and I don't think it does. I think we just go QAID. Yeah, and the thing is with trapline that it doesn't even permit Z, E, or Z, O, Z, E, or Z, A starts there. You need a Z, O, A or something. So I'm going to read that as a tell my opponent was not holding O, because that would have been a 50-ish point Z play. And we're a little bit heavy on everything here. Events will take the E in front, of course, but doesn't affect us yet. Tempted to just go Uzo despite dangling the S. down below. Do we want to dangle that S down below? I don't know, but by equity, it's so much better than everything else I'm looking at. Or we can just go something like OHO over here. Vowel heavy. We're worried about anything next to the OR, the J, I guess, but it's not, well, like a JA start on that. Or we can just go OH. I like it, 38. I mean, something might follow up under Z, but we don't care. We have the A to do it. You know, something like ILEA over here. 34, which as far as vowel dumps go, could be worse. It's not going to go though. So let's see if we have a good way to vowel dump out of this. Trying to see if there's something from the V or through the P and N. Or we just go, oh no, we don't. A-U-E, there we go. Yeah, A-U-E. I don't like keeping the double I out of that. Maybe we can do better than that. Let's go with it. I guess we could have done like milieu down here from the M. Maybe that was better. Actually, yeah, we should have done that. Milieu. M-I-L-I-E-U. Low scoring, but it really would have gotten us out of trouble keeping EA. I feel like that would have been a lot better despite giving back this spot. Too bad I saw it just a moment too late. And then we're still too vowel heavy this turn. Not much going on my opponent's side, though. Male, I don't know. Keeping AEI, that's still too vowel heavy. Or we just go ILEA like this. Nope, we don't get it too hard, or I'm sure we can do better than that. Maybe just play AIA somewhere. I actually think that's the way to go. That's 11. I'm trying to see if there's a better spot. Also, I should see if there is something that'll hit here. Or email for 28. Oh, I like that, actually. Keeping AI, but it still scores so much better than everything else I was looking at. Let's go email. I don't know if there is something that we can do with an 8 that would have an ing. Maybe not. We do have the S for the hook on emails. We'll probably just try to get rid of the Y somehow. And, oh, that draws a challenge. Interesting. Warrtie. I don't like that. Anagram ward here? Really? I've got to challenge that. No way. I feel like they were trying to play ward here. I might have mistyped. I don't know. That's the second time we've had that with an opponent today, where I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt and think they mistyped. We'll probably just play over here. 25. Does ward here go anywhere else? I'm trying to see if there's anything going to crippling the R up on trap line. I don't think so. I think we just take this. I did have one opponent earlier today where we benefited from what was very clearly a typo. They were trying to play fainter. I don't know if this was a case of trying to play ward here and just missing. It really kind of looks like it. No, we definitely dodged something there. We've been getting a little bit lucky with some of this stuff today. Now we might go bin here in spite of the fact, oh, I should make sure I see what my opponent is holding. Here, over here. Whoa, wait a minute. The opponent just resigned. Okay. I don't think they knew that we don't really do resonations in this group. Played off the R and resign? Was that a mistake or something? I don't know. Hang on, let's see. I mean, I got the win, it's scored, but this is kind of unfortunate because there are a lot of people who just kind of play randomly on Wiggles who resign and maybe don't know that this really isn't the norm for when we play in a tournament group. That's too bad. I wanted to play this game. But we'll probably just observe somebody else instead. Just give me one moment here. I need to kind of give this a shout in the chat in case the director needs a word with them. Yeah, so break time is going to be after round 6. But anyway, there's nothing to look at in this game. Let's just take a look. I think they were just unaware that we don't do resonations in this group. But let's take a look quickly. And if we have time, we'll actually just step through the sim for the game earlier, perhaps. Trap line here. This is interesting. Tiza or Alteza. Alteza. Yeah, lots of possibilities here with Z. But yeah, Milieu I was looking at. Look at this beautiful overlap in between. I don't think I ever would have seen that Eliad. Oh, it's actually the same thing as all those other words that you see there, which I do know. An amorous glance. Well, we're glancing at this placement amorously, that's for sure. It's quite the play. Yeah, so Milieu I kind of thought about too late. And my opponent misses. Literal over here. Email fits nicely here. Email actually has, you know, I looked at email in that overlap spot and I didn't even stop to think that it would score even better down here. Because I saw this, scored it out, and I thought, oh, that looks great. That was fantastic. And I didn't even check. Oh, well. Yeah, ward here is obvious to play there. And then, well, I mean, obviously we challenged off. But Where does yang go? That's interesting. And that would close things off too. Yeah, Clint says, how do you study for this game other than looking at sims? Well, it depends on whether you're talking about the word study or the strategic study. Because let me see if I can find a good way to answer that. I mean, if you're not just looking at sims, you can look at things like position puzzles that people have set up that are normally also derived from sims. Like they've kind of done the sim work for you, but then they might have found a really interesting position from one of their own games most often, or sometimes constructed a puzzle. And yeah, like if you're talking about studying positional stuff just separate from doing word study, there are a couple of books and blogs and other things on the subject. You can sometimes just watch really good players as well explain what they're doing. But of course, it's no substitute for working up positions yourself. There is the puzzle mode on Woogles, which takes positions in real games where there was a clear best play, like best by equity by over a 10-point margin usually. And then you're challenged to just find it. And then the puzzles do have a puzzle rating, kind of like they do on places like Lichess when you have chess puzzle ratings. But the puzzles on Woogles are all equity puzzles. You just have to find what the clear best play is. And that sometimes teaches you some good habits because it's not all word knowledge. Sometimes you have to kind of understand that, for example, there are situations where playing off lots of tiles and scoring well is going to balance out keeping the cue, for instance. That the best play, especially once you go higher and higher in the puzzle rating, isn't always just finding the bingo or knowing the word. Sometimes it is actually understanding what kind of placements you should be looking at. So I haven't run those very regularly, but I do find that to be a very powerful study tool as well. Anyway, let's see, because it looks like it might be a while yet before the next game. We'll just take a quick look here. So yeah, break is going to be after round 6. Well, we might as well take the time to look at the sim for the game that I thought was actually interesting. You're asking, what about the elite? Do they do anything different when studying? Well, they look over a lot of other people's games. They look over all of their own games, obviously, and put it through the sim, look over it in Condo and so on. But realistically, even if you're playing lots and lots of games at the highest levels and doing tournaments all the time against good players, you don't get into the same kinds of endgame situations, for instance, often enough to know systematically what to do. So they spend a lot of time looking at each other's games as well. That with a lot of the top players, when they put their games into Quackle or they do their own annotations, they'll put them up on sites like Cross Tables. I'd better link that. So this is more of a North American-centric site, but it's the one that is kind of a cross between tournament calendars, mostly in North America, and also a database of annotated games that experts have put up from their own records. Sometimes they just put up the raw files so you can step through the games or download them or run them through a sim. Sometimes they will actually put up their full games with commentary. And so a lot of the top experts actually do look at each other's annotations and identify interesting situations. This is relatedly how people like Will Anderson get so much content for videos, is that he's taken a look at lots and lots of positions that have been openly exchanged among experts. And so, by word of mouth, things kind of circulate and people point out, okay, this is an interesting position to analyze. So that's one thing that definitely goes on. Anyway, it's funny, my mistake rating in this game was so much higher than my opponent's, but we squeezed out the win at the end. So yeah, misspin emic, that's obviously going to be registered as a huge mistake just from missing the bingo. The sim prefers Teopans with displacements rather than operants. Over here, I'm just kind of looking at the stats here. It does create a higher scoring situation for both players coming out of Teopans, obviously, just with a triple open, but the S and net placement is not too bad, apart from something like an H start, I guess. It's a very open board at this point. Tekel does very well. So yeah, I thought Azurn would be excellent. I missed an XU spot here. Oh, okay. No wonder I didn't see it. It's only 24, but it does get Rack out of trouble a bit and maybe try to draw into a T for Quartz on the left. But yeah, when I saw Azurn come up on the equity table earlier, I thought that looked clearly quite good. Yeah, and the thing about annotated game databases as well, to get back on this subject, is that some people have done lots of analytics on them at this point. And some of the top players have started to go through some of that stuff programmatically to figure out, what common mistakes still are in the game. Say Aquarius, pretty clearly right. Missing the Jewfish here was a mistake my opponent, but yeah, XED, that's what I was drawing to, and we hit. So this was a hard turn for me, and the sim did not like what I went for here at all with Bevy. Viga, I did not see. That's interesting. That's pretty good, actually. It's pretty defensive. Not much goes to the V there. It leaves me with a pretty significantly better rack. Look at this. That it's a 10-point difference here in win percentage because Bevy is apparently so bad. Some of these plays are pretty similar here. Similar themes going in the top left with just trying to make Zag up there and getting out of trouble. The bug in this placement does dangle an S hook for myself, which is good. But yeah, GISU is very much frowned upon here. Very, very much frowned upon. Lower bingo percentage by about 5%. Lower score in the next turn by about an average of 6. Yeah, this was one turn where I did not know where to do once abusive was cleared out. Also, yeah, we'll be pulling around 5 soon. We'll have to go back to this one because they are starting the next round, so just give me a moment. We'll come back to it at the break, probably, when we have a chance to look at it properly. I don't think we'll have an 8 through this. There's no like unhealed or something. I don't think so. Unhealed for an A? And opponent exchanges, I should probably exchange too. So there's no 7 in this, I don't think. I think we will... Well, let's see if there's a way to play out of this first. But the meta thing is opponent exchanges, you exchange if you don't really know what to do otherwise. Maybe unheld. That dangles a lot of tiles for... It's an exchange too, it's likely to hit. So I think maybe we dump either... yeah, keep NED or keep like HNED. I'll keep NED. We got eroding. I spent too long on that. We will have eroding. Would I be surprised to learn Unheal, Unhele, appears in a Fairy Queen? I would not be surprised. And yeah, as we were saying about that turn much earlier, a bevy of options, and I chose the wrong one. Yep. Actually, none of the options looked very good, but at least some of them were viable. We will go back to that game. I did have a sense that that was one where we needed to look at it more closely. Let's bring up the notepad in case we need it. Exchange one. So he exchanged, and then he missed, and he's exchanging again, and we have to assume that he's going to hit. So eroding, luckily, has a beautiful placement. But we have to expect something like a double-double 30N or something from the O or something very powerful on the other rack. Got a little bit lucky here that he exchanged and missed. So yeah, because playing off 6 tiles unheld, I think, is probably a good thing to do given just neutral information on the first rack, like if we were going first, for instance. But after an opponent exchanged 2, it felt like it was wrong to dangle all that and just hold a vowel. Because you kind of read exchange 2 on the first turn as my opponent's going to bingo next turn. And we were very fortunate he didn't, but halogens will go down, and yeah, something was going to hit here, and then it's a pretty even game. We'll probably just go view somewhere. Maybe even just here, HEI, unless I find something better that doesn't dump the E. I mean, we can also just go view over here, EAGI. I don't like it. Also dangles that Y spot that we talked about last game. I think we just play view for 40 and 30 rather, and live with it. Okay, this has got to be something. We even potentially have ing locating. I don't know if locating takes an S. I certainly hope not. But I think we might have something that can hit double-double going to S in halogens. Let's think about this carefully. I might have to write down some alphagrams. Assuming that we'll need a third vowel, but that might not actually be true. At the very least, we'll have something like locating. But I have the strong sense that we do, in fact, have something going to the S with hitting the double-double. As a 7, we have stuff like algetic. We'll probably have, but it doesn't really fit in decent spots. I mean, algetic would fit on the right side, and the C would block off parallels, I guess. So that's, unless I'm confused with like algesic or something. Algetic, I think it's right. I better write that down. I don't think it takes an, well, I don't know if it takes an S, but I don't think it does. I wouldn't try it. We do have locating, but locating, so locating would look like this. And we certainly have to cross our fingers it doesn't take an S underneath locatings. I wouldn't think so. Do we have an 8 through the other E? That's something that we should consider. Cleating. Cleating would be good for sure. Cleating. I think there's something else in there too. I wonder if otalgic is good, actually. Like otalgia is good. Otalgic might be. I think it is, in fact. I'm trying to find something that will hit double to the S, though, and I don't see it yet. So we'll see what happens long term on my opponent's side here. So you might be looking at something tough, but we potentially got a lot of options. We have a lot of ing endings through the N in halogens as well, if necessary. In fact, it's a much better spot for something like locating or cleating. Or cattling is good. Cattling, like Cattling. Cattling feels like it should be. I can't believe I can't see something going to the S. Well, let's not stress about that one too much then. So in that case, let's see what we'll do. Logetics is no longer available, so cleating like that. I'm pretty sure cleating is good. If we're unsure, we'll go locating. Cleating. How sure am I about that? Well, we'll probably still have a good number of spots available. It does get blocked off, maybe. I better try it. We'll see. It looks right, but Scrabble messes with you sometimes when it comes to just basic matters of judgment. Notice that Wiley opens up a place for A or E to end, or O rather, to end up top. Cleating, like putting on cleats on shoes, maybe. Anyway, we've got a doubled S. That means we can probably just spend an S if we really wanted to. Hawk, I'm assuming will take an S, so we might just go Soya next to it. Unless we have a way to do a YS ending. Slays. I don't know if we want to do both S's, though. How much more does score? Slays for 50. Slay instead of Soya for 35. Sacrifice 15 points to keep the other S. It's not really an S-hook board, but then the thing is we might want to keep it in reserve for counterplays. So slays for 50. Spend the S. Or slay just for 35. I think we'd better keep the other S. We'll get Donners. Yeah, it's nice and restrictive there too. Donors isn't going to go anywhere at the moment, but we'll see if a hook reopens. It is very much in my opponent's interest to open up a bit, so we'll see what happens. If nothing opens up, we'll have to consider what the second choice will be. We'll probably just go Dawn or something over top. Dawn or Nod over top. Or actually, even just here, Dawns or Nods. Yeah, Nods. Whoops. Taking this spot here. It does open the AN spot, but I don't think I care too much. 20 points there. 13 points here. Oh, very interesting. We better see if there is something like from the F. Ripon. I don't think there'll be anything through the other R. I think we'll probably just go Nods. It might make more sense to go Dawns because I have the S hook. But it also generally makes sense to keep things closed and just have the S on reserve in case my opponent gets reckless. And the AN is still going to take some things below. Actually, does AN take an S below it? I think it might. It's one of those I can't quite remember. Anyway, Connors. And regardless, even if it doesn't, there's a different placement here anyway, Connors. For 70. Because I truly don't remember if AN takes an S in this lexicon. Like, there's something like that that is Collins only with one of the twos that looks like that. And I can't remember. Because there's all kinds of stuff like ats and ons and so on, and some of those terms must be from cricket or something. But anyway, we have the spot for Connors if it's open. So we'll see. That was a 6-tile play on the last track, so playing for high turnover. And okay, that gets blocked. In that case, let's see what we can do. I mean, we might just go Born over here, take it for 18. It does open up a bit. I don't know if we have something better, though. I don't like the CN rather than a CR, but let's just take it. Then we have to deal with the Q. I mean, otherwise the B was going to dangle a lane under it anyway, so we'll see what happens here. This looks like it might just be a single QI play. And then that obstructs the R. I don't really see. So the thing about MURE here is that it might be setting up X on the right side. That would be about minimum a 40-point play or so. But I don't think we can really count on that. I think we just play off the cue. Kanjis. I am trying to see if there is something that will go to the R in Born. But we have kanjis at a minimum if a lane opens for it, which, given the current shape of the board, I don't really expect, because there's not a lot that will dangle the S hook for us. I mean, maybe there's something through the R, but I'm not really sure. It looks like there should be, but I could be wrong. Tripe, well, there's stripe over the top, but we won't fit it. But is there something through the T? I'm not sure. Yeah, because that's clearly meant to open up a stripe spot up top, and maybe we should deal with it. I mean, actually might just go Gonif over here. I don't like that E spot. It kind of leaves a Z bomb open on a board where that would catch up. But then we have this wide open volatility on this board right now. I don't know. We just go GOE over here for 17. We have the N. If we draw an I for an ING ending, that has some possibilities. FE there also kind of opens up a massive Z spot. I mean, there's Z spots all over the place in this currently. I think what we do is we... Ooh, that kind of... Okay, that's a little better in terms of not having the J for like an AJ ending or AJ or something. We go Geo over here, 15. The stripe spot is still open up top, but I mean, we've got to take care of both lanes somehow, right? Like, it's not going to be great either. Cabinets through a T, but that doesn't fit currently. There might be something else here, but reliver. We probably just go cab or something. $24. Can't lose track of that V in the top right as well. It's a bit of a long shot, but it does exist. Cab for 24, sure. Just short of something like a Xenic. I'm trying to see if we might have a play with the X that goes up top, but I am not quite seeing it. Anyway, jutted. Oh, so close to Exuvia up top or something. That wouldn't hit the X into the right spot anyway. We do, however, have the X spots on the right that I was talking about earlier for mirror X. But I'm not sure that I have something that fits sensibly there without spending the X, which I don't think we want to spend the X for something like Axis, for instance, for 50. Actually, that's not bad. It's not really an S-hook board at this point for 50, because otherwise we'd be looking at you know, just smaller plays that give back a lot. I think maybe we do go Axis because, yeah, it's not an S-hook board at all, this one. And it's a drawn game right now. We want to do what we can to gain an advantage. Out Vi up there. So 3 in the bag and a Z is absolutely a factor. I wonder if Fatman or Fatman is good. I feel like there's actually a non-zero possibility, non-zero chance of that being the case. That lane up top is way too risky. We need to deal with it. But I feel like a Z play is going to go down regardless. So what are we more worried about, Z play or bingo up top? The Z play is going to catch up quite nicely. This game is going to hinge on whether Fatman is good. Or we could take this spot. That empties the bag, though. Well, if I want to hit either of these, I basically have to empty the bag. Unless I just go FA here and then try to eat. Likely bingo coming up top. Ooh, I don't like any of this. There is stuff like Feta back down below, 35, as a follow-up play. So maybe what we do is we actually just go MA over here, let my opponent empty the bag. I mean, ideally we'd go something like AM here. 26. I'm not that far ahead, but the thing is, if I have Feta down below, we're in a good state. This is hard because like there's stuff like the Z spot over here, Z spot over here. You can't block them both. Like the Z's going to hit hard. So I need to get myself into a position where we can actually do something decent. Or just go FAM over here. Why not? FAM. It empties the bag, but I mean, other than something to a C, it's not a bingo board at this point. And we just have to eat whatever Z play is coming down. And look at that. Oh, you know what? No. That was actually a bit of a mess. But you know what? We might have accidentally opened a lane for myself. Hang on. Yeah, I didn't think about, okay, no, that was a bad play because it opens the lane with the blank unseen, but we drew the blank, and so that was lucky. Because we have Odin 8 up top now. So I kind of accidentally gave myself the bingo. Okay. That was such a terrible play. But now my opponent has to deal with it because he's got perfect information and sees that I have the bingo. And yeah, that was so bad. That could have been a game-losing play, doing that stuff. Bam, up top. No, I think we should have gone, like, it's a tough call because we're not ahead by very much, and I had to assume that at the very least, even if it's not a bingo, my opponent might be holding Z for like a 40-something point play in either spot. And it might still be the case. Like ZEA here kills the spot and scores 40-something, and then I really have to calculate with 2 minutes remaining how we're going to do this. I might be able to do something down below. Like, oh, hang on. There's got to be something I could do. I mean, obviously, the first choice would be Odin 8 up top, but then I feel like there's going to be a Z play here. But if he doesn't see to win, I don't know if he still does it. I think that's still optimal. Play to Z there, block, and then we should see if I actually do have something over to C, which is a long, long shot, but not impossible. So I might be able to walk out of this one unscathed, but We'll probably just go blank here for Nodi. Yeah, I thought that had to be the play. 368. Now, this is going to be tough because we need to come out way ahead. However, we have various possibilities. Because HE up top, for instance, will be 5, 6, 7, 8, 24, 29 minus 4. And I don't have a lot of time to look at this. I have to just play it. And Hugh, at the very least, 4, 5, 6, 18 and 5, 23 out. So, yeah, we can't. I have no time to look at this. 23, 391. So our total has to beat 391. It's not going to hit with stuff like this. We actually do need to play on the left side. Oh, I might actually lose. Hang on. I might actually lose this. Attack node. I need to find some way to play off here. D, A, E, D, something A, E. Oh, I don't see it. There's Hugh there, and then Hugh, H, 9, 10, 11 on the right. Do we beat 11 points? 17 minus 6. We do. I have to take it. No time to look at it. Oh, no, and then that gives back. Ah, okay, we lost. We lost. We lost. Yeah. So, yeah, no, FAM was clearly a mistake to begin with, even with what I was seeing in the bag. And he said that there were some, yeah, actually, I missed some stuff going to the sea, Anotic, Deontic, etc. So we did miss the win. We had, at the very least, stuff like Deontic going to the sea, which I should have been able to see with the blank. So, I blew that one, unfortunately. But we're on 4-1 today, at least, despite the forfeit in the previous round. This should have been the window. We absolutely blew the endgame. But yeah, this one we absolutely have to grab the sim for it because, of course, even apart from the ending mistake, there were some other issues. Like the fan play was obviously bad with what I saw in the bag. But let's see the plays at least. So, okay, so this one here, Unhealed. Unheled. That is, in fact, that one from Spencer that was mentioned earlier. It does take the D. We will not actually have enough time to look at this, so let's just step through quickly. Catlings is good. Catlings, Gelastic, Cantling, Clarting. Leaving is fine, but Catlings was the one and only play that hits both. The Surgical Knife. Wow, look at that. 4 points. Disconnected 9. We dodged that bullet. We'll have a chance to look through this one. This is the one that goes through the R. I didn't see it. Since I requested a sim, we'll look at this one later for sure. Yeah, Feta was the high scoring play here that I saw, but I was too concerned about plays up top. We have to look at that ending. because, yeah, we missed stuff down here. I was looking for an overlap down there and we just didn't see it. But we had lots and lots of choices. I just could not see it in time. Even Odia would have been fine. And we did see Odia in the other spot. I just didn't have enough time to calculate. So we absolutely blew that ending. I saw the words that would have gotten me through that. I just couldn't play them. We might just go twice here. Let me just make sure I'm not missing anything else interesting. Twice here. Or twice here. I don't think it matters too much. Just back a little bit more. He's not as bingo prone though. Let's go with this. I mean, both the E and the T, well, particularly the E does give away the 8 down from the triple word score, perhaps, theoretically. As we'll see, I'm not currently seeing 8s with what we have here. Twicer, very nice. Pretty sure that is good. Glorious definitely is good. Twicer, I better check it, just to be sure. Yeah, it is. Trying to see if there is something to that. Yes. I feel like there might be. Maybe. The O is actually kind of in the way. Maybe we can do something through the L, even if it's a 6. Or we just go glow over here, EIT, that's terrible. Hard turn, this one. Not going to be a giveaway like the last game was. How about we stretch this out a little bit, keep it EET. It's probably a bad play. And vaults, very nice. My turn to get bagged. This is buter. It just doesn't fit. But then it was a butier. I had to think about it. Buter, beautier. Might actually be good. I have to think about this one. Beautier. Unless I remember it because I had it challenged off at some point. We should take a look at whether I have another spot. I don't think I can afford to try beauty here. It's a hard rack to deal with if I don't. An option like that. How about something through the G up top? I'm burning way too much time. Maybe if I trying to see if there's something that will go from the T as well to maybe put the B down. I can't believe I'm burning so much time on this. We have to play. Bow up here. I like it. I like it. I don't think we'll do much better there. The A is not going to do much for my Z, unfortunately. And we're going to get hit pretty hard here as well. Maybe just dump a lot of tiles and go Ditz here or something. And turn over and score 36. Try to open up some space. Annoyer. Annoyer has to be good. There's only one spot for it right now, which is next to the R. It might not stay. It stays. And then, yeah, we have to play fast if we see it. Okay. Getting back into a more playable position. We'll probably go bop for 25 up top. Unless I can see something here that goes through the E or the R down below in Annoyer. Or even goes, I mean, Annoyer would take the S on the end, but we want to leave that open for volatility while we hold the S hook for it. Taxman, however, is going to go down there first. TION ending's not going to happen with this rack. I think we still go bop up top. There is the E on the left to play through still as well. But the B and the P together do have some issues. Trying to see if we can have something here. There is stuff like scats, but then we'd keep skits, I guess. 52, that's not too bad. I mean, we're using the S, but it is dangling the S in a great position to create a lane on the right side, so we probably will go skits. At least catch a little bit in points, given how far down I am at the moment. We should not neglect the E on the left side, though, or the E down here. E on the left side for things like IEST endings, if it becomes relevant. I mean, if we want to spend over here, 24, the Dulea is going to go down. So yeah, it does open up more S hooks, but the thing is we're so far behind at this point. So far behind. Let's just go skits and reopen. And we get the other S. That's the one remaining S. There is one blank as well, so. So close to something like Feijoas. If only we had the F instead of the U. We have Feijoas here, and that would have been beautiful. And yeah, this game we're just getting bagged. But let's just go like Jedi or something. Jedis. I mean, we're losing this game. We might as well just score some points at this point. And by score some points, I don't mean draw AAOOO. and all that. But let's just lose this game and move on. So yeah, it is going to be a break after this round. As usual, we might take a few minutes, but we'll try to get back quickly to step through the 2 games that we ran through the sim so far. Maybe I had a better play last turn that didn't use the S, but yeah, 2 Fs in this pool, and we just could not draw an F for Fechoas. Really unfortunate. I'm kind of liking... So this is a spelling of voodoo. I don't know if there's a way to like use both. Well, use all the vowels, but at the very least, I'm pretty sure VODOU is good. That's probably the best way to dump stuff here, but yeah, too bad we gave up that last game on the last turn because this one we just straight up lose to everything. How many bingos has he got down so far? He's got Glores and Vaults, Delay and Grievers, 4 bingos for my opponent so far. Anyway, Wham is not going to block this, and there's no S hook available currently, so we might as well just take the points and move on. And look at all the duplicate A's. All those A's together, all the O's together. I think that was not a very friendly bag this time around, but that's okay. I mean, over 10 rounds, this kind of thing is going to happen. And past a certain point, it was not really managing my leave anymore, so. That is just going to occur. We can't even do anything with this. Like, we can't even take something up top over Jedis. We just have to do little plays with AA here and AA there, probably, and take the loss in stride. We can't do AA here. It does take an F in front, though, and my opponent will have the Fs. But the idea behind it is that you create a C spot on the left side. But the F goes in front as well. And so we can't do that if the Fs are still in the wild. Likely to play will be something like AA next to X and M. But we'll see what happens. Yeah, didn't really have a chance at all this game, but that's going to happen. That's going to block the AA spot I was looking at. But the Fs go down. With 7 tiles for my opponent. It does mean that I can take this spot, except, there might be a 2-tile play that goes next to it or something. The rationale behind this, because we're not going to get an out and 2 with 4 A's on the rack, is that we can do something like dock on the left side afterwards. And we have 2 spots for that, in fact. Left side or dock up here, or 23. 23, either way. Might as well look at what my opponent is seeing. I mean, likely he takes top right spot. If there's an out and 2 out of that. There probably will be. Because, yeah, I mean, this stuff will be available if I play dock, and other out and 2 will be available. You know, if you go hop over here and then tree somewhere else, or There will be a couple of opportunities. But he's got 7 minutes. I'm sure he can look for an optimal out in 2. And we might as well try to look for a 2 in the meantime. But yeah, the thing I'm looking at is Doc for 23 and Ida spot. That's going to be what we're going to go for here or here. Neither of us can really use the double next to the Z. We would need. Oh, actually, yes, I can. We got DZO for 32. So yeah, he's going to go HEP. Well, we just had to play for equity at this point because Tor is going to go here if I play Doc. Doc is going to be 23 minus 4. That's a plus 19. DZO 32 minus 10. That's a plus 22. I think we just take the plus 22 and then. What has he even got with Tor? But then he can just slow play me into a C stick with this, maybe. Well, not a C stick because we do still have the C spot on the left. We just don't score with it. But yeah, for sure, if I play Doc, then it's out with the Tor up top. There might be another out that I'm not seeing at the moment. Let's go DZO. It might not actually be optimal because of tempo issues with still hanging on to the C, but we can look at that afterwards. I mean, this here will be 9 points plus 3. Ace down here will be 14 points minus 2. That's got to be the play if it's not an out. Yeah, no, Tor is just going to go. So we will pass that. Okay, I believe we're on break. I'll have to check when the resumption time is so we know what's going on. But then we will have a couple of additional rounds after that. Let me just record this one. So we're in 4 and 2 thanks to blowing round 5. But we will go back and look at some of that stuff. Let's step through this one very, very quickly. Just to see if really we could have done anything here. Look at that. Totally missed something. Eclogite. Crystalline rock containing red garnet. Also spellable with the K instead of a C. Eclogite. And it's good in both lexica. Probably can't be that far down in probability, too. Something I should have seen by now, I would think. And vaults, yeah, as 2-bait was the kind of thing I was looking for. I was trying to find a play that looked like that, and I just didn't see it because I burned too much time on his turn. So we ended up going bow up top. I missed this spot here, double with Roseted. Should have seen it. Should have seen it. That would have covered a lot of distance here. And Neuer goes down instantly. I mean, it's pretty clearly to play. Taxman. I was trying to look for something in that area down there, probably, but didn't mind Bob too much. Leia is going to run up to the score. Kadi's up here for 40, spending just 1 S. Comes out a little bit ahead. Sitka, I like to place in Alaska. As in Sitka spruce, a tall North American spruce tree. So was Sitka, Alaska named for Sitka as the tree, or was the other way around? I can't even tell. Anyway, Jedis, Judies, etc. One of those is more judgmental than the other. So yeah, there is a Vodou as one of the many spellings of voodoo. So there's, yeah, Voudou. But there's no way to spend exactly 3 O's, it seems. You have to spend 2 O's or 4 O's, but not 3 O's. So yeah, DZO was actually already the play here, despite the ugliness of what we're seeing with all the A's. Well, I mean, that's only on this turn, though, not mapping out the endgame solving. Oh, Odic actually would have fit under because of the H in that spot. I didn't see it. That's a lot better by 16 points. Not that it matters in a game like this. But we lose by almost 200. Okay. That is that for first 6 rounds. Currently, in terms of the standings, I'm actually just a little shy of the winner here. Break time is going to be at 15 past the hour, so in about 15 minutes. We may have time to finish stepping through round 2 earlier, but we might not have time to look at round 5 just yet. I will, however, leave this for a moment, or we could just run straight through. I don't know. I feel like I should actually take a brief stop. So we'll be back very soon. It's going to be about a 15-minute break. We'll be back a little sooner than that to try to finish what we started with stepping through round 2. And that will likely be all we have time for at that point. So back in a few minutes. And we have 4 rounds to go on a fairly decent record today, despite the massive blunder at the end of 5. Okay, so to pick up from where we left off, let's go back to the sim that we were running through in round 2. We've got about 10 minutes before games resume in round 7. And let me make sure that I did in fact request a sim earlier for round 5. I think I had. Yeah, we had. Okay, let's go back to 2. Was it 2? No, it was round 3, rather, round 3. So yeah, we got about halfway through this one. And talked about a good number of these turns over here. Now, where were we? So yeah, we got over to the bevy mistake that we were talking about, a big 11% hit in the win percentage from this move here. And yeah, we had a very fortunate ending in this game that just kind of bounced the right way. But certainly there were a lot of mistakes along the way to look at. So here's outgives. Outgives out of the different possibilities seems to be optimal. I did like the placement immediately when I saw it. Here, huge mistake in terms of palm just giving away way too much, as we saw it because we gave away meriting immediately afterwards. With my opponent's bingo percentage being a full 10% higher. It's actually double the bingo possibilities just because we opened up that second lane unnecessarily. I did not see the overlap that would have given me an MA over here. I was trying to look for an M or P placement on a triple letter there. We just did not see this word because, I mean, it's hard to visualize naturally. You really have to be looking very specifically for the overlap, which we didn't manage to get. I should have considered some of these ones over here. I actually was looking at some of that by this point. I had missed it earlier in the game, but I was thinking about that briefly and ultimately did not decide to keep the doubled ends. So yeah, large mistake here. Really could have given things away, especially because the game's still quite close at this point. We're not winning that clearly. And we got hit like crazy, and that puts my opponent's win percentage at 68.6. And yeah, we had to have a very lucky bounce at the end. Now, the sim does not like what I did here with Delina and getting down to 3 in a bag. Probably because it's still seeing that as an open lane up top. Yeah, look at this. That I basically got lucky because Delina with so few in the bag sheds too many tiles into a bag that has all these duplication issues. And so my bingo percentage coming out of Nod going into the next turn is 40%. When I play with Delina up here, it's actually half that, 18%. We managed to hit that. We managed to get that 18% draw regardless, but this was not because we played well into it. And no wonder the mistake index on this one was so high. It was not only because of the bevy mistake and the palm mistake earlier, both of which were pretty big hits, but playing into the bag like this was actually not great, and we just happened to get a bit of a miracle draw into that one. In a pre-end game here, the sim favors just blocking outright, which actually would have blocked anything I would have had with bounder or rebound. Because it does exhaust the board quite a bit. Hard to see this though. But Goer is a 77% win percentage, and I do in fact hit the bingo here with being a little bit suboptimal by 6 points compared to unrobed, but we essentially just lucked out on that one. Yeah, because the play for my opponent here is obstruct the board. So we kind of got away with this one, unfortunately. That's why it's still worth looking at, even though it was a narrow win, that it was very much a losable situation several times over, and we just got rescued by the bag. Okay, we might have time to briefly start looking at number 5, although I don't think we'll get through the whole thing. So yeah, I mean, we blew the ending and that was pretty clear, but here we straight up didn't know unhealed with the spelling. Straight up didn't know it. And yeah, look at what my opponent's doing here with the first rack, that he does exchange EY instead of playing Leany. But exchange EY has a 75% bingo percentage. He does not get that draw. He gets this draw here, where he goes exchange V. Exchange V gets him up to 78.4 going into the next turn, which is a slight bump, but still highly probable. We did very well for ourselves here. That was definitely going to be a turn that hits. Wave, I didn't look at this overlap here. That looks very, very good. 43 points. Wiley works out here, creating that other spot above the W. So I miss catlings over here, so that's a medium-sized mistake. Because I just didn't know it. I mean, I was basically looking at it, but didn't see it. And catling is something that is good in both lexica as well, so I really should have known it. It doesn't look that improbable. So that's interesting that Sim likes playing off one tile here. I mean, it does score very well. So on lays we didn't see because I didn't know Pocky, actually. Pocky. Yeah, I didn't know the Y hook on that. We need to work on those power fives. That's interesting though. Pocky. So actually, no. Pock is Collins only, but Pocky is good in both. For sure, I should have known that then. We must have seen it before. I just didn't think about it because my thoughts immediately went to dumping the Y in the other spot. So a lot of this stuff that uses the Pocky hook scores quite a bit better. I wonder how Slay compares to Slays up here. So yeah, Slays is slightly favored by about a 2% margin in win percentage. This would have been beautiful, but very difficult to see. So yeah, we were looking at nods or dons. I did go with nods. Dons is favored and slightly, but at least some of that is because it does give ourselves the S hook down below. I was thinking that my instinct was to keep the board closed at this point, but Dons is kind of slightly more open for that. Very similar bingo percentage on the next turn, actually, but it seems like the difference here with Dons being favored is that it actually slightly lowers the expected score for my opponent next turn, which is interesting. I wonder why. This is such a small tweak, though. That might just be statistical noise or something. Oh yeah, we're going to look up ANS. Yeah, okay, so yeah, it is one of the Collins only ones. I was trying to remember what it was, and that is correct. So actually, the D here and the N there both give back the S hook. Beer mat takes baits. So Born, I was thinking was a bit questionable, but it's not actually that bad, all things considered. Oh yeah, I didn't think about Anan. So I just dump out the Q at this point. Coven works out slightly better. Even QES, that's interesting. Guess you still have 3 U's in the bag at this point. Actually pretty value heavy. And yeah, missed a bingo here. We are being called into the next round, so I will have to look at the ending error afterwards and talk about it. Yeah, missed anoetic. I mean, we know we blundered at the end, but I do have to play the next round, so let's just get to it. And we'll try to come back to this one afterwards. We'll be going first. So this will be round 7. If I can find a way to get rid of a whole bunch of this stuff, close to like Troika or something. I feel like we're probably missing some kind of big 5 that would shed a bunch of this stuff. I may exchange into this one. Keep AT. Unless I just play like KI or something. Or Oka or like Oka, but then that's a horrible leave for 14. Or ICAT keeps AIO. 16. Oh, that's terrible. All of these are terrible. Let's exchange. Keep AT. Spent a minute and a half on that. Maybe we should have played Oka or ICAT or something, but the thing is I just couldn't see a good way to do that. Warm takes an S to the left. Doesn't affect us yet. I think we just undouble a little bit here. You want to go top or down below? Down below. I'm trying to see what actually works better for the hooks that we have available. This has both a C and a T ending that we can do. Well, yeah, you know what? We can probably do this. Easier for us to stack afterwards. We could have gone 8 over the left side too, over the W, but then leaves the triple open for parallels. Now, this rack takes a whole bunch of 8s. I don't know if I see a 7. And regardless, I don't think I see something. We better check the I. Or the R. Outrinse. Actually, I mean, Tate's got to be good, right? And Courant. The Courant's not going to go. Let's go. Yeah. Goes with Courant as well. Bilinear through an E. Doesn't fit currently. Or does it? Bilinear. Yes, it does. Let's see if it remains open. If it remains open, we will be soaring. And the thing is, the O and the I kind of dangle some spots for my opponent to go up instead. And the C kind of discourages parallels next to the E. So unless my opponent has a big play going to the E down here or going down below outrance, we should have that open for bilinear. Or maybe a play from the W would block it. If bilinear is not available, we will need to reconsider. Because we probably just go lib or something up top. Bilinear still goes. Let's do it. And then we'll have to deal to Q, but we've got a few places where that might be. I think we can take care of. Even if it's just QS here for 24, it's not even that bad. Unless there's some reason that we want to hang on to it. I think we just take the points and take it up top. Massive vowel dump on my opponent's side. I think we just have to take it. Despite spending the S. I don't know about leaving the B on the left open for that long, but Harrier. Harrier through the I as well. We'll see if it remains open. I mean, I don't think it's particularly likely that my opponent's going to block the I. This is not a spot with a lot of potential unless it's a play to the triple letters coming from the E. Because Harriers will go here. Now, it's possible that there's some kind of play that will maybe go here. Maybe swing around here. But I actually think it's quite likely that it remains open. If it does not remain open, well, then we'll see what the shape of the board is and adjust. Because we might even just go BRRR over here. Given that the bag is starting to lean consonant heavy. That probably is our second choice, realistically. Unless I see a different triple R bingo somewhere. In fact, Harriers goes in 2 spots. The lower location doesn't score much, but is more defensive. So what are the chances this will lose both spots? I mean, it would have to basically be a play through the L. Or maybe a bingo over to E. Let's score this out for a moment. Harriers here is 74. Harriers here is 64. I think we do sacrifice to 10 to not dangle the H next to the big fat triple spot. Oops. And we'll get it. So let's just drop it on him. Now we're 130 ahead. Looking for a B for bogosity. Given the shape of the board, we're not going to be given one. Both Bs are already spent, in fact. Too bad, because what a bogus play that would have been. Bogosity. Well, we'll probably just have to play off something up here. Let's see if we can do something off of the K. Because, yeah, that's wide open at the moment. I see, like, Ghoulie over here. That looks pretty good. Doesn't really obstruct the K, but I don't really see a better option at the moment. Unless we have an Olo G. No, it doesn't look like we have one. Let's just say Ghoulie. I'm trying to see if there's something that's pretty E on the right side. Not in that position, I don't think. Obviously, the S in Harriers is itself A pretty viable lane at the moment. Look at that. Beautiful play. Nosps. Spending both S's. That must have been a really super consonant heavy rack or something. But it's also not a board that is good for S hooks at the moment, since you're either ending on the S here or having to play through here. Spending the extra S for 2 points, though, I wonder why. Because those were the last remaining S's. So we hold case S, but then there is the blank still in play. I think we'll just dump the V up here. And then sedation to the E. I think that's the only thing I see currently. Not as much room for the S and swarmed at the moment. But yeah, sedation through the E is the only thing I'm really looking at. I don't think there's a 7. And no, that gets blocked. Jeez. Well, we can't get all the breaks. This is looking pretty good. I mean, we're still about 70 ahead, which is not too safe, especially with the blank in play, but I wonder if we just go something like OD up here. Because this almost looks like a sort of fish one situation, but I don't want to do it while opening the triple lane on the right or something. Let me just make sure I don't see something in here. I mean, there's also Doc 19 over here. So Doc 19 for 20. If we're trying to do a small play. Yeah, because I feel like we have a decent likelihood of drawing into something, but let's try it. I still have that blank and the X in play. Fix it's very nice. We might just go Oi into this. 24, unless I have something better. I think that's probably going to be play. Looking at what we're keeping here. We'll stay ahead. We have nations, Onanis, Denoits. A lot of stuff will fit. It would have to be right of G's, though, and that would open up quite a bit. But I think it might be okay. In fact, we can go parallel to the Z, and that would score pretty decently. I'm trying to make it so that we don't give back too much bingo potential in return, even though the I would leave a parallel with the F on the right side. The nations, and then Annoyance kind of has the same issue with the O. Haunts. One in the bag, and then, yeah, we should look at this carefully. Because nations, well, is there something that would, say, start with F or... Well, with only E's, the thing is we significantly restrict what could be done on the right side of the S. I think this is probably safe, because ZA isn't taking very much there. Like, ZA would force the blank. And then ET wouldn't take anything. So I think nations actually fully blocks. The only thing is that... Yeah, stuff like fielder wouldn't fit anymore because of the S position. Because basically, if we put nations over here, if we have a start that's next to the O in nations, it would force the blank to be next to the S. The blank has to be used next to the S. It's not going to take anything else. So I'm just making sure there's nothing we're missing. And even so, I've got the extra 50-point head start, and we only draw one tile. So I think we're going to be okay if I play nations. And we draw E. Yeah, something like fielder doesn't fit. Or, well, I mean, it's actually two L's there, so it's not even that. It's actually pretty defensive, what we've done here. Let's take a look at whether I can find the highest scoring E location. See a 6 over, oh, sorry, an 8 over here. See a 7 over here. Let's see another 7 over here. It's probably the 8 that we'll be taking. But we'll hang on and see what my opponent's getting up to. So yeah, he's going to take some time to look around, but I think we're pretty safe with the 130-point lead. Fired, and then, yeah, we just play our 8-point out. I do not see a better spot. But I could always be wrong. Okay, that's another win. And that puts us on 5-2 after 7. Every word here is valid. Let's take a look at what it is. Anything interesting we missed? Yeah, so Taiko I should have known. Kiaat I did not know. South African. Tropical African leguminous tree. Pretty sure that's a Collins word. But Taiko we should have seen. Like the drum. Absolutely should have seen it. But yeah, difficult rack to play through. Akita. Also Japanese. Yeah, add views, that's a hard one to see. Takes the ing to the right as well. Can totally see why my opponent went warmed instead. Not wanting to give away some of the vowel placement, I think we've waived, perhaps. But I would have been eager to dump the V. Acetate. Did I miss acetate? I totally miss acetate. This is such an easy one to see, too. I mean, the positioning is all bad. All of them are bad, but completely it didn't even look for acetate, and that's such an easy one to see. Yeah, so a couple of possibilities here. Oceanaut actually hits both. I should have seen it if we'd looked for it a little more closely. I mean, Oceanaut is kind of a hard one to see to begin with, but at least we found the only thing that wasn't Oceanaut. Bilinear is the only thing that goes, and that was the nice thing about this game is that we were drawing into bingos that were unlikely to be blocked just given where they play. Yeah, this is actually recommending QI rather than spending the S. Equity, look at that, it actually comes out ahead. Keeping the S It's kind of a plus 22 on a lead, on a leave rather than the plus 3 or so. So yeah, actually, is significantly favored to just spend a Q. I guess there is that SH synergy, that's why. And then you have a much higher bingo potential after that. So Harrower also went down here for the W. I didn't look at that. Harrier, what a beautiful overlap over here. Charrier. Charrier, then, because an adjective doesn't have the S dangling as an extra lane on the right, so Charrier, I think, is actually superior. Ology over here. Cytology is good. Okay, I was looking at that. I was thinking, do I have something that has an ology? Cytology. Because I was literally staring at that and I ruled it out. The science of nutrition and diet. While it's Scrabble, sometimes you just don't recognize it at the time because now it looks totally intuitive to me. Because I was even saying at the time, do we have something that ends in ology? And then I'm looking at sit and then we don't see cytology, or at least doubt it too much at the time. So big miss over there. Zex would have gone here, but then of course that would have given back to bingo on my side. Zex scores a lot better, but I would have actually maybe just played G's here without the E if I'm my opponent. Well, no, because he wants to open up a little bit. So he doesn't want to just go too defensive. But if you keep the E, then you can still use the EX on the Gox ending on the top left, and then you have two big plays. Or G's down here, for instance, although that's a bit harder to see. It does look like he's trying to open up a little bit, but of course that blocks what I had. And that's why I'm kind of fussing around with the different OD plays. Yeah, now it goes a little better, but at this point I'm playing against the blank. And then we have a lot of positioning that's possible here, but pretty clear win at this point. I missed PE. Oh, I just didn't even see that spot. I didn't look at it at all. For the extra 4 points. So easy to see, too. Did not even look. That is a nice clean win. Let's see what's going on with the other rounds since we're not called into the next one yet. Again, we have to finish looking at round 5 at some point. Yeah, there are still 2 rounds that are happening here. I'll just see how they're progressing so we know how much time we're looking at. This still has quite a bit going on. 18 in the bag. This one up here is finishing up. Pretty close ending. Well, not that close, actually. I think it's too much of a deficit to make back at this point with the IANT. Yeah, some fun stuff on this one. Smoored. Panel lights going to the triple. Very nice. But yeah, pretty clear how this one's going. Well, I do want to take my time to look at the ending of the round 5 properly, so let's just observe this one and see how they do on this game. Because this is one of those boards that's just closing off the entire bottom left at this point. Not a very typical shape you see. Sometimes the staircases far more often close off the top left, I find, in my experience. But there is the possibility of some back hooks on drive. No 7 on this rack, though. I don't think. So I wonder what's going to happen here. They have 14 left in the bag at this point. I mean, right now, so KY takes the E on the right side, and that could be possible, but if you're the trailing player at this point, you're trying to keep an ER ending over here, and he does not keep it. And goes for the KY spot instead. Yeah, I don't think I necessarily agree with it. It's 22 points, but if you don't take it, it's likely your opponent keeps stacking there. But if you're the trailing player, you want to get the bingo, and you want to get the fairly likely ER ending that will tag onto drive for driver, because drive is the spot. Unless you have an E ending under OK. Current player on turn is at a bit of a time disadvantage. Playing off the 1. Yeah, I think that's probably a time panic play. Not a lot going on in this rack. But at least the R is available again. It's not a very promising pool at the moment. A lot of ugly stuff in there that isn't really going to have bingo possibilities, and there aren't really that many scoring possibilities either at the moment. Unless you have something like a J word that comes here, but then that closes off the lane that you might want under drive and doesn't give much space in return. Small plays over here with 9 in the bag. And there's the J. Interestingly enough, well, it wasn't going to go there this turn, but so much for the idea I was saying earlier with the J going in that direction. At this point, I would have just closed off here, go CAAS or something. And just, if you're the leading player and you're down on time and you won't have time to really analyze an endgame, you just try to close the board and obstruct and hope for the best. However, obstructing also makes it difficult for you to find your own place to follow up, and that could be a problem in itself. But drived is not a word, by the way. Drived is a phony. Let's see if this draws a challenge. It does. That could potentially blow the game. Look at this. I'm trying to look at this rack here. Is there a 7? I don't think so, but it looks promising. And then now your opponent shows jived. Now, of course, from this perspective, you don't know that the opponent is holding S and should have just played jives. Because otherwise you probably would just err on the side of leaving this open so you can have the driver spot. But no. Keeping ALNE, that's not great, because you keep ALNE, but then you'd be forcing yourself to have an A ending over to G. But I suppose that doesn't give much back for the J, but then, of course, didn't know that the opponent had the S for doing vids like that. And yeah, this game looks like it's probably over. at this point, as long as it's not a J stick, because you know what? It actually might be a J stick looking at this. If the current player sees that given the shape of the board, it is actually possible to J stick. That might be interesting. I see blazed up here, by the way. You play off BLA. And that doesn't give a J play back. You might even just go JA. Just play JA by itself. Because you want to slow play it, right? Like you want to slow play it in J stick. You play JA, then you play a B over top on a separate turn, and then you just try to play off the other tiles. But the other tiles don't even go down that well. I mean, looking at this, you know, what do you even do with stuff like the W? NE down there. Oh, no, J actually goes next to Jug. Okay, I didn't even see that. I guess you wouldn't need to deliberately block the J because it would have been a J stick if you wanted to play for it. It was actually absolutely on the table. I feel like there was a winning path here, actually, via a J stick. Yeah, and there goes Blazed. But then I don't know where the W would have gone necessarily. That's the only thing about this path. But look at that. It's within 23. A J stick would have won it. I think for sure it would have won it. You just slow play and you just grab a huge pile of points back at the end. Anyway, we're just waiting for them to pass the last turn and then this round is over. Yeah, I didn't see the Jug spot, but I think that was the only spot. I don't see another J play that was possible. And so, oh, except you wouldn't have wanted to go Blaze right away because JA is here. So if you want a J stick, like you have to kind of be careful with that. You can't actually J stick while playing the A up there. You have to use that as your last play. You have to play off everything else you can before you go for that, which might not be possible here because it wasn't really a spot for the W. So maybe the J stick was not actually on the table. Because if there's no place to play the W, then you're in a position where you have to eventually give away a J. So look at that. Final score within 6 points, though, because of the time penalty. Anyway, let's go to the next round. So yeah, speaking of, you know, trying to study for this game, sometimes you just have to observe somebody else's end game and look at it like a puzzle to see if there's a path. Now, I don't particularly like what I'm holding here. I might even just play dog here and then keep the A and see if we can do that. Unless we just go like goat or something. PO gives away a lot though. Because 17 there, the other thing I was considering was just like dog ear and 11. Goat might give a little bit too much back, but let's go with it. ING, but not going to go very well with anything else. We might just play off airing something just to get rid of it. Doesn't even go very well with this at all. You do something like airing, but then, you know, you could put a P behind that for pairing. Or a small jump afterward. Small bump. Maybe. I do think that we need to get rid of a lot of stuff on the next turn to at least get out of the triple I. So we'll see what happens. I mean, you wouldn't just want to go airing here because too many hooks. Yeah, too much volatility on that. That is going to benefit us. De-airing. I'm pretty sure it does not take an S. This might be interesting, actually, if we don't find a better position than that. However, this is going to kill that idea. Airing will still go down, though, for 19. Then we can at least get out of this situation. Only to draw UUV. This is very likely going to be an exchange turn. Keep IR blank. Because even if we play something like Bruv here, then you still have IIU and all that nonsense. I have trouble seeing how this could be anything other than exchange turn. And then the X is going to hit pretty hard. We have to exchange out of this, though. There's no way. Okay, great. This is going to give us quite a bit. So I see a couple of 8s going from B, Borisite, Brachiol, etc. Probably some stuff going from the G as well. Airing, I'm pretty sure it takes an S, and so there's a bunch of stuff that'll go there as well, or a C, Scoriae, probably something else there too. Carios, it doesn't fit. And of course the ER on the left will permit some lanes going up top. Or C's is before we'll go. So that'd be 64 over here. There's a bunch of stuff going from B, like I said, but it might be a little bit rough. We should see if there is a double-double through to E. If not, then we'll just go with something like aerobics because that's at least scores a bit. There might be something through that E. We're behind by 2 bingos at this point, though. We should probably leave a bit more room open. If I'm able to do it, like, you know. The problem with this is that the C obstructs up top. If only we could see something through that E. Let's just go aerobics. I don't like making a corner like that. It really obstructs a bit too much. The O might give back a bit as well, but then maybe that'll give us a further continuation. Actually, we should have gone something really volatile, like maybe if we had gone Orices over here. Or something like that. And dangle the triple up top and then leave the right side completely open. Hard to tell. Maybe that would have been better. This is really volatile. It is giving back so much stuff. And I can't even make use of it on my turn. We'll probably just undouble everything, like, or maybe just, yeah, turn over tiles, open up a lane on the left. NO is still pretty vulnerable to an X on the right. I do think we need to open up space. Maybe even spend the extra D. Give ourselves a bit more room. This might give us something. Or even just going white over here. 33. Oh, also the X was used on the left side already, so the NO doesn't even matter. It doesn't give back an X. It gives back stuff like a W, but I think I might still want to use it. So yeah, that's going to start blocking up off the top side. I think we just try to score points and catch up a bit naturally and open up that lane on the right. Still too consonant heavy at the moment. It's hard to see what to do out of this one. Maybe just go like flit or something. Cuddy is going to prevent that though. Tempted to just go melt over, not melt, melt. There's still SS blank available. Keeping FN, and that's not great. Like, this is not a very easy turn to figure out. Even going on the right side there isn't that helpful. I don't think we want to shed these few tiles, and we'll probably still have a constant heavy draw. Get the bag, but try to see where else to go with that. Can't do anything parallel under the L. I mean, I don't really see that many possibilities. If we go fend up here, 18, that still spins everything. And still doesn't give us room to work with. Doesn't give us room. In fact, it actually obstructs this lane on the left. Fan over here. Although we could place more tiles. This might be interesting. It might open up a little too easily for the opponent. But we need something. Okay, Molinette. Do we have a spot for it? I actually don't think we do. I should see if there's something that will go to the E on the right side as well. I'm not seeing it. Yeah, we might just not have. There's limonite through an I. And there's just something with the EEO combination. Yeah, that's going to hit pretty hard. I need to open up some space. We just go OM over here. Well, it does kind of block off the ER lane down below, though. And we go OM down here. That opens up a little bit of space, although the EM doesn't take that much after it. But then at least it's not a totally dead area with the board. I'm still looking at whether there was something through the E. Because I feel like there might be. I think we just try to open up a little bit more space. Then this is not going to help. Maybe we're too attached to the idea of leaving this lane open when we do need a lot more space. Yeah, that's going to obstruct like crazy on it right now. We just go Lun over here. Then at least that reopens a little bit, although EL isn't really the best thing to hook onto unless we draw the S, which we're already kind of dependent on for the left side spots. I think we kind of have to, though, unless we go mull. Nah. Yeah, I mean, EL will take an L on the end at least. So maybe it's not horrible. I feel like that spot is going to be blocked up, but the thing is we still need to make sure we have 2 threats on a board at any given time. And yeah, the left side spot is still not useful without an S on the ER. Pretty sure this is one of those dead racks as 7s that we need an 8 to make work. Really do wonder if we missed something on the Molinet rack. Cruft is really going to be blocking off everything. So yeah, that area of the board is pretty dead at this point. Let's see. We need to build above the U here. The U is killing everything. But I don't see a good way to do it unless we go like Lido over here. Keep AET, but then I feel like that's going to be trivially blockable. Pretty trivially blockable without giving too much back. We have to go for it, though. renovate from an R, but not a rec for sevens. So yeah, we've fallen quite a ways behind on this one. Yeah, we were counting on this lane too much the whole time when not holding ES. And whoever gets a Y is going to be able to hit up here. Zigs, yeah, that's really going to close things down. And we just go veto up top. 32. I mean, at this point, we weren't going to catch, so we just take what we've got. Trying to see if we have an out with this. Getting the blank right at the end, too, that was not great, but probably just go do over here. Well, like I could see an out in 2. I don't see an out in 1. But I think my opponent's going to struggle to get an out in 2, so at least we have that as a bit of consolation. So, yeah, likely, well, Barry and KOR is going to go down somewhere, isn't it? Probably Hork. I mean, we can just go Wayne over here, but then what do we even do with the blank? Yeah, Hork is going to go down as the out. And then KORE over here. So it is going to be an out for my opponent, so we just need to play for whatever maximizes. Do 31 minus 4, that's 27. Wayne is just plus 23. I think we just go do on right then. Too bad we can't just put mildew or something up top. However, we can also go weighted for 22. No, that's just plus 20. But I wonder if there's a way to do an out. Like wander. Yeah, wander will fit. Did I send it out? Whoops. Yeah, well, I mean, it's an out. It's just going to be the best thing. So let's just take it. Okay, wound up down by about 100 in this one. We should take a look. Let's update the record first. That's 8 rounds out of the way. We are on 5 and 3. And let's just look at what was going on. Gorgia on your mind. An improvised virtuoso passage in 16th century singing. Nigiri, like the sushi, right? That would have been interesting, keeping the A instead of the I. And yeah, we have the optimal exchange here. Healers will go down. So I did consider carry-all. We actually did basically see all the possibilities here. Eroticas would be a better position in terms of the E creating a lane. Sacrifices a few points, but actually the positioning is much better for this. You don't give us back as much beside a C here or a T here. Like these were vowel spots with aerobics. And the E up top leads to better continuations than a trailing A. So we probably should have found something like eroticas to go there. This would have been interesting. Ding down here just to open up a bit more space with a better leave. I missed Endu. It is from Spencer. Indu, Indow, etc. Yeah, this was a tough turn. I didn't see anything good. You can see from the equity table it tops out at plus 16 because everything leaves you with a rack that's essentially a penalty. Nem. What a strange word. Sometimes you need those strange consonant clusters, though, to find better fits for things. Jay-Z not using the E scores better, but here, this was preventing a... Well, it was actually blocking off the S hook on airing. So I absolutely see as the player ahead why you would want to sacrifice the points to drop the E here. So yeah, no bingo on the Molinet turn. Although beautiful overlap with the Amino up here that we could not visualize at all. Very difficult overlap. And then loaded, etc. Yeah, we've got nothing. We've got nothing to work with. Yeah, at this point, I'm so far behind too. And then Warden does a little bit better. Had we taken the time to look for that extra 6 points. And then Wayne. Oh yeah, I saw Wayne. I didn't even look at the blank D as a possibility there. That was right in front of me. Right in front of my eyes, where we already put Wayne in that spot. Just a visualization problem there. Okay, let's see how the other rounds are doing currently to see what the holdup is. We're not called into the next one yet. But again, we won't have much time to look at much else. But there is one game that's still going. Oh, and there was a forfeit down here. Seems like it's from a disconnection. So that's too bad. Somebody had a game that was just a pure forfeit game. This one over here is a very clear result. 160 point lead going into the ending here. I mean, also got this difficult Q situation to work with. It's just not playing anywhere. Might even just be a Q stick on top of that, so. Actually, it is looking like a Q stick board at this point. There's just nowhere to go with it. So we'll see how they do.
Everybody in the group who's finished is just watching this one at this point and waiting for it to close out. It is going to be a Q stick. There's no avoiding it. It's just a matter of how much stuff you're going to be stuck with. Both players might actually just wound up having trouble with the V, although on the other side, I mean, basically, whoever plays off the V first is in a better spot because I'm looking at something like vet over here, for instance. If you go vet, I mean, obviously you're kind of committing to sticking yourself with a Q, but there's nothing on the opponent's rack that goes to the V. And so both players start looking at a V problem. No, not really, because Eruv is over here. ERUV is available. So yeah, it's not a V stick. In fact, if you take out the right side spot with something, who knows what, then it might actually start to be a V stick versus a Q stick. Like if you just start with playing off M over here or something like that just to block off your move, then there isn't really a, well, actually, no, there's just VOR over here. You can just do VOR by itself with VO. So yeah, so it's not going to be a V stick. But it is going to be a Q stick, for sure. I don't think it's avoidable. So, might as well see if they can find a reasonable way to play it out. I mean, I'd probably just go vet over here. I don't know if there's a good place for that S. Yeah, the S probably just scores pretty modestly. Like, put it over here, for instance. Gem, really? Okay. Really committing to being stuck with a Q and a V. Anyway, the play here is a Rove, for sure. Unless, actually, well, the V can also go on the left now. Maybe, but no, there's no VU there. You'd have to just go VUG, bug over here and score with it. And then just slow play the rest. That works too. Because where did a D and T go? It doesn't matter because you can slow play it. And they're both way down on time, so. Let me just see a timeout here. I mean, at this point, just dump the S somewhere. Because what else are you going to play? Like, it's going to be a Q and a V stick. You just play off the S, score something modest, and just pass and pass. Just play the S. Just play the S. Take the loss. Yeah, it's going to be a 1 minute forfeit here, looks like. Almost. Stun. Okay, that's a good find. Also, non doesn't take an S. This was a pony that somebody got away with. Don't know who played it. Yeah, just trying to tag the S on the N, O-N. That doesn't work. So yeah, you get the overtime penalties at the end, and that is the ending. So we've got 2 more to play ourselves. Round 9 and 10. And we'll just get into it right away. we'll have Cuddy and QIN available right away in this one. Okay. Berries is going to go right away. We'll probably just go QIN or even just QIS over here. It's not a terrible leave. ADEE might be a little vowel heavy for 29. Only thing is that we are kind of killing the S spot and cornering the board. I'll also just go like this. 31 does potentially give back a bit over the I, but then you kind of continue dangling some more playable positions on the right. I don't know about that. I feel like this might actually be best so far, but we could really get punished for the IS positioning with an XI or something. But with so many I's down, who knows? Regional, well, okay, we're going to be in for a little bit of pain here. Trying to see if we had something through the R up top. I'm not seeing it. What we can do is take this spot and just continue building out. Would have been nice if I could dump an additional vowel out, but we should probably take that. This is getting closer to something playable. I'm trying to see if there is a potential bingo with it, but the Y does make it a little difficult to see. I'll probably just go hey or something. And yeah, maybe so, because then we threaten the lane on the right. Oh no, WA is not a word. Can't do that. Yeah, let's do that. Dangle and S lane. I am trying to see if we might be missing something, particularly through that R in the top. That's probably the most promising thing here. Defines doesn't fit currently. Definers doesn't fit either. I'm trying to see if there would be something else in definers that would go through the R on top. It seems like it's the spot with the greatest possibilities at the moment, but if not, we'll just go fed over here. Or even def. No, fed. More open. And right now we're only really dangling things like front S spots. Yeah, we're not going to get the spot for defines. I really do think might have been a possibility through the R on top, but we Should just go Fed up here. I feel like that spot's going to be taken instantly, but we need to create more threats. Not going to work, but we'll see if we can do something about. Oh well, and my opponent's going to take it. Okay, fine. Maybe we just take the 30 over here and continue building out. Trying to see if there's something that would have stretched the X down even further. I don't think so. I mean, Nix would take the E back hook, and that has some possibilities as well. We're so far behind at this point, though. I have to consider whether there's a 7 in this one, because it might be. Also, yeah, we have to continue to look at the R on top as well in regional, because we cannot neglect that. Let's see. Yeah, that strikes me as familiar. Failing that, maybe we just go might down here. It is starting to close up a little bit on that side of the board, though. There might be something in here. Let's take it. Turners, returns. Neither of which will fit. Yeah, we need to build up some more lanes here going to the top left, because everything is pretty locked down at the moment. And nothing I have is even going to fit here, is it? Just this little vowel dump that doesn't even give me anything. Maybe we just continue building down. Or maybe we can do a 5 down here. I'm trying to see if there's a way to actually give ourselves a lane going up, like with a front hook going up. And it's not really that promising, because we'd want to spend one of the bars for sure. We're not scoring anything, that's the thing. Still trying to look at the R up top in regional. It's just not giving me anything. We have percents, but it's not going to fit. Except, well, under OE, it fits. I feel like it's not going to stay open for long, though. We'll just have to see what happens. 2 blanks still out, incidentally. With a 2-tile play like OE, you'd have to think that my opponent's not just rebalancing, but might be hanging on to a blank to make use of that. Opening a board slightly with the 2-tile foul play like that. They might be looking at something of their own. A resents will actually fit under here too. 78 on that spot. Obviously, first choice will be here, so we'll get it. 77. We will get it, but the question right now is, will my opponent hit something deadly first? But yeah, we do have 2 spots. So we will take the one on the left. Now we're only 100 behind. 2 blanks remaining though, so things could happen. But we have R's to play to another spot and a T ending for Tony over here. And before any of that can happen, we do need to get out of our current rack. So we'll see what happens. Should really get rid of the U for one thing. But it's hard to see how to score with this while rebalancing in the way that we need. And without blocking off too much either. Wow. 1-tile play, so my opponent's close to something. I don't know if they're staring at like double blank or something and just needed to play that off, but that's pretty threatening and could affect our calculation here for sure. Because 1-tile play, I mean, they're trying to draw into something themselves. And let me just go yurt instead. But I feel like I'm about to get hit by something big. I mean, it doesn't do me favors to be closing off the eye like that, but we'll have to see what happens here. Because a 1-tile fish like that pretty late in the game with 2 blanks unseen, that is not a promising sign here. Probably just gonna mob and spot or another. As long as we can keep some chances alive. But oh yeah, Driveler will challenge it. It is good. Well, I don't want to close off the left side at this point, so I mean, it's 8 in the bag, but the other blank's still up for grabs, so I think we'll just have to play through this. Currently, I'm just probably looking at something like Visey, although the V doesn't give us much to work with. I should look at the bottom left carefully, just in case there is something. Like, actually, we do have 92 points here. Oh, that's not bad. In spite of keeping HLV, and likely getting into and ending with that. I mean, it has to be to play, though, right? But if we're playing off 4 tiles like that, I mean, it is going to be drawing into fewer than 7 tiles after that, for sure, I would say. And there's not much we can do after that point, but I think we take the points and struggle with the V after the fact. Of course, the bottom left could also just be taken, and then if that's the case, with like a KA start or something. There's so many things that my opponent can do to score there that I don't expect to remain open. So Visey's probably the second choice. Just to have any kind of playable ending at all. We'll just have to wait and see. Kata, okay. That isn't going to empty the bag, though, and I wonder if my opponent has anything. But regardless, since I don't think we have anything going up top, we have zilch going up top, we should just take the points. And I don't know if my opponent was like going for outbakes or something, or some other play that's possible. I don't really see anything, but the CK synergy can do things sometimes, so let's just take the play. It's not going to be an out and 2 or anything by any means, but yeah, Buckos. I was thinking maybe Buckos, but we have to check that spelling. It is good. And Visey wouldn't have done anything there either. I was considering Buckos, but I didn't really see the overlap on the left side, nor was I certain about that spelling, so I don't know if I would have tried it myself, although ahead by that margin, yeah, probably. Look at that. He got very close to 600. Just a very high-scoring game on my opponent's side. Unfortunately, that's going to take a record down to 5-4, despite a big start today. And we'll have 1 game remaining after that. And we'll go back and look at the ending in round 5 when we have time. But for now, let's just step through this one. Yeah, Dranion regional, the R stands there for so long, and we can never do anything about it. So we did miss Hylians over here. I should have seen it. It's not that hard. This one. That's the only one. Yeesh, we missed it. Yeesh, we missed that one too. Should have looked more carefully. I didn't really even think about it through the L. Neo-Pagan was available here. Just shows you how well my opponent's drawing. Gets Acrogen down. It's already on 3 bingos at this point. And then, yeah, I got nothing. Not even missing stuff out in Eileen's earlier. This would have been interesting, actually. Dangling the S spot. Keeping both R's very consonant heavy. I don't know if that has much potential, but yeah, he's already sitting on the first blank at this point. Streens also works, although we wanted to continue making space, so having the R start there is probably pretty good, in spite of the fact that my opponent gets Driveler for too long. That would have been interesting, keeping EIU. Nah, that would have been terrible. But I did have some trouble spotting what my options were on this move. Driveler is going to go down. And then Himbo. That's interesting. 8 in the bag, keeping ET. That would have been interesting, actually, except it doesn't really give me much space to work with. Does score very well, though. Biome down here, that's nice. Oh, yeah, I wasn't thinking about Ingo, which, of course, also follows up with a T. And yeah, our 92-point play here, what else are we going to do? Even if we do see Buckos and Robux, especially if we see that both of these are available. Not everybody will find both of those, of course. It's hard enough just to see one of them, but from the engine's perspective, you know that Buckos and Robux are both there and you can't block both, and all right, you might as well just take your 92 down low and eat the ending the way you do. And so, huge game from my opponent here. Nearly 600, just on 5 bingos too, which, yeah, Regional Fairies, Acrogen, Driveler, Buckos. Very high scoring game combined, nearly 1,000. Okay, so we will. Let's see what's going on with the pairings for the last round. There are still some games ongoing. We'll just see how close they are to the finish. 15 in the bag over here. We'll just see how the other game is going as well. Look at this. Double blank situation. I mean, you're 120 behind. Double blank's not going to score much, even with bingo. So this result, I think, is going to be pretty clear. And yeah, this one's over. Let's watch the other one. So yeah, this one's still going. Very tight score here, in fact, with 9 in the bag, and it's still out in the open here. So this one could be interesting. A little valve heavy, though. That UUV that you see in the pool from this perspective is not promising. And yeah, that's a lot of difference to make up at this point. 6 in a bag. I actually kind of like going maybe AA here. There are the 2 L's that are available, and L could take it down below. But, well, first of all, you could potentially draw into the L yourself. You're also leaving yourself an S spot. The only thing is that you're kind of obstructing maybe an S start over here, but you do give yourself a second lane to work with in about 2 A's. If you're the player who's behind, you probably want to do that. Like, you want some way to stretch out a bit further. Now, these are the only remaining A's, so there is the possibility of a duplicate vowel draw, doubling up on the E or the I when you draw into the bag, which is not great. It is a very vowel-heavy bag to begin with. But I kind of like the idea of just going AA there. Well, no. Oh, well, I don't know about that. That scores, I guess, but then, what do you do out of that? Because, like, this gives back so many points with the V, and then that's over. You can't score into this. ZAIDA, probably. Keeping EII, but at least it scores. I mean, you're not going to catch at this point, I don't think. So, Zida over there is probably the way to go. I feel like East is a huge blunder. Huge, huge blunder. Would never have done that. I think this just straight up misses. Zida on the right side. Looted. Play on the loot. And yeah, this one's done. I think playing East there was pretty egregious. I don't think it works at all. It doesn't really score. It gives back so much to your opponent. Blows the bingo chance that you need to come back. I think the play there is AA. But that's just me. Maybe there's something else I'm overlooking. And there is an invalid word here. VEN somewhere. Where's the other V? Yeah, VEN's no good. Anyway, we'll be called into the last round at some point very soon, since this was the last one in the group. And here we go. Last one of the day. Not very good to work with here. I think we might just go like FILR or something. If I could get rid of a U and an I, that would be better. But I don't necessarily see a great way to do it. So let's just go Fleur over here and try to draw into something better. At least some of this will go over the X. We'll have some vowel flexibility if somehow an X spot opens up. If not, we'll probably just go, well, I don't know. We just dump fix here or something, but still very vowel heavy that we're keeping. Birdings. I'm sure that must be good, like if you're going birding, but let's check it anyway. Yeah. Okay, let's think about this. We have a place to go oxen or something. AUXIN. Or something like an ING ending down here, or some way to just get out of some of this stuff. We can just go oxen like this though, 24, keep NOI. That might be better. Yeah. I don't know if I'm that happy with it. Now the B and the M are going to get in the way a little bit again. or the B. I am trying to see if we can overlap over the X with anything. Lego? I don't think that's good. I'm challenging that. No way. I'm trying to see if we can do something going right. Um, it would have to be. We can just go obit like this. But then it would leave the G up above for Gox, which looks likely to happen anyway. And like this. But then leg just goes on top. It's not great either. We just build to the left here. Like if we have something like B and I, maybe. Because then that closes off plays to the X. Let's do that. Ties it up. Is Fumato good? Or even starting with the S, like S, Fumato. I feel like that's actually a good play here. Unless I'm confusing it with something else. Like there are not that many SF starts, and they are all music words like Sforzando and so on. Sforzato. Sfumato I think is good, but we'll have to see. It'll be stylish. It would kind of dangle the F on the right side. I'm gonna go Sfumato. Opponent holds EL. It'll be a bit of a style play, perhaps. And it is good. Of course, it does dangle the A in a potentially dangerous spot as well. I don't know that I can make use of it, even with my Y. It's probably more dangerous than it's worthwhile, but we'll see what happens. Might even kind of block off a little bit. Put a 9 up top. We'll see. I was kind of reading this, my opponent continuing to hold mostly low point tiles, probably, which is playing off OG. Don't know what they were looking at on that side. But the fact that he's not just pouncing on his spot under the A is probably a good sign. Yeah, I can't really make good use of the spot under the A myself. I don't think so, anyway. So we'll probably go up top. Anyway, let's just hang on and see what happens. Bit of a long turn here. Coolers, okay. I mean, if they didn't know Sfumato, since it drew a challenge, probably they weren't sure about Sfumato taking it as. We might as well check the S anyway. I mean, it might be okay. Yeah. Bit of a long shot there, but I think we just go NYE over here. Or, well, we wanted to have some kind of possibility of opening that up again. And NO doesn't give much back on the left, but we have the O to continue there if needed. Why don't we just go OYE? Then we can end with the N or the C there. That's a lot better. Despite being potentially hit with a consonant. Yeah, that does hit. I think we just continue to build out somehow. I think we might just build out like this, and then we do have a T for flirt, although that might start getting obstructed if there's a likely parallel next to the E. So it might not stay open very long. I'm trying to see if maybe we have something that will go down the right side. Maybe land a V in a good spot. Yeah, currently things are closing up quite a bit, but I think we have to do it. But again, if this closes down, then the flirt lane is gone. Which, yeah, I mean, it still can be done, but not very well. Atria. I think we just go acute or something. Just grab that 30. I see a couple of 8s with this. There's also tanager as a 7. Tanager. But it's not going to fit currently. There is air rating. Air rating. No, through an I, but not through the IN. I am trying to see if there is a 9 through the ing rather. Not currently seeing it. We need to make some space. Or we can just go a jar over here and then at least score some points while still staring at that ING spot or some kind of tight fit with the flirt spot as well. I'd prefer if we could get rid of an N so we're not doubling the N through winning of the ING 9s, but I don't know that we can be that picky. The other thing that could happen is something like this. I don't know about keeping the G in that kind of spot, but again, there's the ING spot up top that's possible. So maybe this is okay because then we open up the second lane. And here's outrage. But currently, outrage would just go next to ant. I'm trying to see if maybe there's. Well, outrage would actually go next to flirt as well. And that's actually a safer spot for it. For 70. Fits very nicely. Just straight in the middle of the board, right in the pocket. Nip is going to go down. I think we do take that spot because then the easier lane on the left is open for a follow-up after that if we draw into something decent. We have stuff like showy. Not that it goes anywhere at the moment. We might even just go Y over here. Interesting. ZE, just a 2-tile play. I am liking the idea of going just Y. Because then we can catch up. And then now we have a shoulder and so on. I have to see if there's something that will go to the T or the R up top. That's what is likeliest, is probably something to the T. EE. We have to look at this carefully. Or even something with the other R. Or blank G for a 9 that goes through the IN. Something like a shot ending. Something shot. Also notice that the C takes an H past it, so a TH ending is possible too. I think we have to build up a bit more space here. Or maybe just continue to draw past this point. Wage ratio, I don't think it matters. I feel like there's definitely something that we're missing though. Probably going to the T. We need to open more lanes. I actually almost think that we should just dump an H over here. 1-tile play and then dangle a massive lane on the left side that we have some possibility of hitting.
So we had to go with that, but we're actually fairly close in score at this point. So we just take 21. We're actually still keeping it fairly even, and then we still have some possibilities. Or we go 5 points, and then that dangles, and a fairly promising lane over there. Hard to say. Let's dangle a lane. Let's do it. Valors. Over salt up top. Over salt. So this will hit. We've got Valors on the left, over salt on the top. Unless, of course, my opponent hits a 7 that blocks my 7. Or blocks my 8, rather. Which is always possible. Although looking at the 10 in the bag situation right now, which, by the way, is probably going to be some kind of Q-related ending, I think we'll be fine. So a play like this, that blocks a play like this, is what we're worried about, because we have Valors on the left, over salt on the right. Valors is obviously first choice. There will probably be some effort to obstruct the left, but anything short of a bingo will not do it. Now, in the meantime, I should see if I have something better than oversalt, which doesn't score much. 62. Okay, we go Valors on the left. Notice that U placement over here does permit something like QUA back, but I think we still take this. Drawing into a Q ending situation, we probably do want to have it be playable anyway. And actually, I think we're going to be a bit fortunate here. We're drawing in a situation where my opponent's going to have trouble with the Q. Yeah, they're actually just going to eat the Q stick at this point. Now, we need to not give a Q spot away. That's the important thing here, because I've got the eyes to deal with on my end. So I'm thinking probably just TIK. And that's, oh no, that gives away the Q. So what am I talking about? Let's, exactly what we should not be doing. How about just pack or something? I don't think I have a way to take the spot with the K without giving away the Q. We can also just go tick on this side too. And then, oh no, IL is not a word, never mind. We should just go pack. 21. We should be able to just outrun at this point. As long as we do not give away the Q. No, Q is available. QIN. What am I talking about? Well, as long as we don't give away a massive score with Q, I guess. QIN is just available. QINS. So I actually messed this up. And I need to make sure I stay ahead because I may have actually created a problem here. Oh, we just go lit over here. 20. That should be ahead. So yeah, I messed that up. We should have found the out in 2, perhaps. Knowing that the Q had a spot. We could have tried to block it and go for a Q stick, but I didn't see it. So let's just pass on it. And that is a win. When did OT go down? OT apparently went on the board and didn't go challenged. Oh, here. I didn't look at the play. Huh. Gus got careless there. I didn't look at it. Okay. This one, yeah, it was a close game. We might want to request a sim on this one, even though I was ahead most of the way. And
We might have missed something. Well, let's step through the equity table first, because the one that we really do want to go through is round 5, where we looked through most of it, but didn't get to the interesting part, which is where I blew the ending. Regardless, that's the end of the live games for today. We're going to finish on a 6-4 record. Big improvement from the disaster last week. And great to get back into the 10-round format as well after all this time. Let's take a look at the available plays this game. Yeah, Birding's another spot would have been fine. Anxious, I didn't see. Guanxi. Social concept based on the exchange of favors, yeah. Surely it takes an S? Yeah. Very good one to learn as a 7, actually, because it looks like an INGS 7, but it's not. It's Guanxi's. And hard one to see. Lego we challenged off. Entombed was available here. We didn't see it. The only thing here. Sfumato actually is the highest scoring available, and then any of this stuff was going to hit like crazy, so maybe a bit careless putting Sfumato into my opponent making a 2-top play like that, and keeping EL at minimum. We'll play Oi out of that. And then at this point, EEVN is so hard to see. I have seen it before, but it's so ridiculous. Even. Latter part of daylight hours. Also takes EEVEN, like even with a front hook E. It's the same thing. It looks so ridiculous. But I was trying to make space, but it did end up obstructing the T lane that we needed, though. Sort of. Yeah, so this was the one where we accidentally let this go and didn't look at the 2. That is the problem that you get into when you're playing online and you're not physically seeing your opponent play styles on the board, is that you can overlook simple things like that very easily when fixated on your own play. We missed Argental and Tana Green, which I would not have seen, which is related to tanager. The adjective pertaining to tanagers, which we did see. But yeah, Argental I missed. And should have seen. It's pretty common. Outrage will go down in the perfect spots. And then did not see Rodinals. I mean, I didn't know it. Actually, maybe we've seen Rodinal as an 8. I wouldn't have known off the top of my head that it would have taken an S, though. And I don't think I would have found it anyway, because I was thinking about the IN 9s as probably with the blank designated as G, and so we didn't consider the other possibilities. A lot of things available here. I went Valors to block things off, although it does kind of open up the Q spot. It is a close game at this point. Did not see Pit-like. Okay. Well, it's been a really long stream, so let's get back to that round 5 ending and take a look at how we blew it. I mean, we didn't see the winning play on the last turn, but I think there were some issues even going up to that, so we'll get back to that one. But with the games concluded, we did manage to finish well in the middle of the pack. So yeah, I mean, we really did blow that round 5. We should have finished higher, but reasonable, I guess. Roaring start today with the 4-0 initially, and then we petered out a little bit, but it does happen from time to time. Let's take a look at round 5 again. And see how that was. So we stepped through most of this previously at the break after round 6. And then we'll try to get back to where we were. Yeah, catlings and so on. I should have known catlings as an anagram of castling, actually. Now that I think about it. So we got through most of this stuff. It's sort of interesting. The tripe is kind of favorite here. It does dangle the S lane up top in a way that is difficult to deal with unless you're the player taking that lane first or playing through the T. So yeah, this is what I missed. I'd written down the alphagram, trying to see if there was anything through the R. We just didn't see it. I actually should do a lexicon check on this one. Oops. Typo here. Yeah, so it is a colons only, which I don't know if I would have come across it. But a pretty big miss over here in terms of win percentage. Then Sim doesn't like reliver too much. It wants to open up more space immediately with Lovey up here. With 5 E's to draw into at this point, the lane might be pretty helpful, especially only 40 points behind. This catches up a big part of that away and keep things open. I played cab here. Basic does better over here. Notice that nobody has drawn the X at this point, and so the X there is potentially a point of volatility if you don't try to diffuse it now. I think I was biased towards keeping the S because of the possibility of playing it over stripe on the top left. But yeah, because cab here, I mean, we've got a really good bingo percentage going into the next round. Not as good as just playing ab. Which the sim likes because I do have so many tiles that can end there, especially the S. Although I would have been reluctant to do it because of the opponent bingo percentage at this point, which it actually estimates as being quite low. Lower than I would have thought. But then expecting a very likely hit for ourselves next turn. Isba. What is an Isba? A log hut. Anyway, jutted, despite blocking that off, it does tie up the score and get out of a bad rack, so neither player needs a bingo to win at this point. We just need to manage the ending situation better. Scenic, I just didn't see. Not contaminated by or associated with any other living organisms. Interesting. Oh, scenic. That's what it. Yeah, because scenic is good and it takes the front hook A. Scenic. I should have remembered that as the front hook to scenic. Now look at this. The sim does like out Vi, but the other possibilities is generating within the same kind of percentage are just trying to exchange into the bag and draw into something. That's a hard call to make. That it's thinking that that would compare favorably. That's really interesting. I hope Vi kind of raises scoring chances for both players. I mean, they're all coming up pretty similarly. Outvi just dangles the massive lane up top. So, yeah. Oddly enough, the sim does not hate that I went fam. Fame like this would have been interesting. I like that a lot, actually. Because it kills the Z spot. Obviously, there was a Z spot, and the bottom right was Zeta, but then you still have the T to end over OE with toe, but then no longer take something like the S hook up top if we were worried about that. It would take something like the ED ending, perhaps, and that's outside possibility. Against the opponent's bingo chances to 14.2. Now, the thing is, if I'm playing Fem, then I still have kind of a non-zero bingo chance, which we do draw into, and then the opponent's is actually a bit worse, but we get into the scenario that we did here, where this is actually an optimal endgame here with Z scoring 53, and then Noetic over here, and then Hughes over here, and then I think that's still a win for me though, right? It is a blown endgame because yeah, Noetic, and why not Deontic? Or maybe it just didn't generate that. Because we just straight up lose here because I'm in time panic at that point and I didn't see the other possibilities. I want to just back up a little bit. Yeah, because the Axis play was a medium mistake because we could have scored very well here while keeping the S, and then the S is still available on the right side. That was already getting into some trouble. I'm surprised that the sim doesn't like absolutely hate that I went Bam over here, but I guess I'm keeping the E to threaten that area, and then I wasn't expecting me to just completely blow it with finding one of the available plays here that straight up loses the game because we went at minus 12 there. And it's a 9-point difference at the end. Yeah, so we just didn't see the available play on the last turn. That was all that there was to look at with that one. Okay. Anyway, I think that's all we'll look at closely today. I mean, although many of the other games were from larger margins of victory, there might have been some interesting decisions there too to step through as well that I'm maybe not giving careful enough consideration to, but we'll have to walk through that on our own time, I think. Reasonably happy with how today went. I mean, the blown win on round 5 was really the major thing. Otherwise, a lot of the wins and losses were pretty clear in terms of one player just surging ahead and keeping it very often. Some fairly wild margins either way. But yeah, we did end up with a full 10-player group here. There was one player who was rotated in late, hence the 3-2 record technically finishing over me here, but there's some calculation in the back that makes that work. And I think we actually wound up in an okay spot, all things considered. So that'll be all for the stream today, and then we'll see if we can come back for any of these in future weeks. It might be back to the 6-round format most weeks, I would imagine, but I'm not really sure. If we can get a good 10-round group going regularly again, that would be obviously quite a lot of fun for broadcasting purposes. So that, however, will be all from me today. So thanks for watching. Thanks for joining me for however much you were able to as a viewer or lurker or even somebody coming up to this on a delay on YouTube afterwards. And until we are back for more Scrabble and many other games besides, have a wonderful weekend ahead of you with everything that you may be doing. And as always, fare thee well.